Please keep yourself mute. Mr. Anil Verma, please keep everybody on mute. Most respected Secretary there and DG ICR, Dr. Thilusam Mahapatraji, Honorable Dr. R.B. Singh, Professor Gautam, I see Dr. Mehta, Dr. Katyal, and Dr. Gurbachan Singh.
Agarwal sir, you are muted.
Not audible, sir.
You are muted, sir.
आप लोग म्यूट हो गए वहां पे.
As you know, this symposium is being organized mainly to just see the views and the compilation by various lead authors and mainly the deputy director generals and other directors for a book which we are going to release on 16th of July during the ICR Foundation Day. And this compilation has been going on for the last 6 months. The chapters written by various lead authors have been sent to the referees who have been involved with ICR at various key positions. And we are thankful to all of them for giving their critical views and being present today in this National Symposium. So, as you know, this particular symposium in which the lead authors will make a presentation of 10 minutes will cover the post-independence history, the post-independence achievements and the aspirations which we all have compiled so that we can further get the viewpoints from all the honorable guests, honorable experts who have really contributed a lot, not only for this particular review, but in the past history of ICR in various positions. Friends, as you know, this particular activity is being done for a very noble cause, and that is to celebrate India's glorious 75 years of independence, which we are going to complete on 15th August 2022. And before that, ICR has taken a lot of initiatives, a lot of activities to celebrate this glorious past. One of them being this National Symposium where we are going to discuss all these
सर आपने म्यूट कर दिया.
Mute हो गया.
Okay. And for this, as I was saying, various activities we have started, like the 75 lecture series, various Goshtis, Farmers Fair, the various other programs are there. And our programs are being highly appreciated by various corners. And today's symposium also, I think, will be very fruitful in the sense that we will have a lot of inputs, critical remarks by experts, and we will come to know and we will really retrospect, we will introspect that what has been done by ourselves, by our great organization, and how best we can decide the way forward. So with that, I will request the Secretary there and DG ICR, Dr. Thilusam Mahapatraji, to permit and to give his initial remarks to start this National Symposium.
No, I can only say that you have already given the ground. So I can say that thanks to Dr. Himanshu Pathak for putting lots of efforts. Thanks to all the authors who have really spent time to put in a particular format. That's what we wanted. And also, thanks to all the guides, Professor Adventist Singh, Professor Gautam, and all the seniors. I mean, I might miss the names. All the seniors who have actually guided us, reviewed these chapters, provided their viewpoints, and more importantly, as it was said, that from various other documents which were published earlier, particularly one by Professor RBC, it has been actually heavily referred and taken help of while preparing these chapters. So the objective has been already explained. The issue is that when we decided to have activities for Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, so while discussing this, turned out to be a very important activity, and we all agreed to be part of it. And rightly so, it is ICR journeying is countries journeying in the arena of agriculture and food. So food and agriculture journeying of the country is actually journeying initiated in a scientific basis by ICR and other university system. I mean the whole university system. So not in isolation, because from the very beginning, I keep telling in every fora that ICR's journeying is not in isolation. We have worked together from the very beginning with the universities, the state agriculture universities, our research, our education, our extension, everything all done together. And other universities and research institutions today want to integrate, but we are already integrated. And this is the novelty of the system, that we have been working together and in the process delivering for the country. And if a country is able to feed 1.3 billion people, or even more than 1.3 billion people, and is able to export food grains, there is sufficient reason to take pride in, and also recognize our own contributions, describe them, and place them in proper perspective so that others are able to appreciate, because that is what is actually important and lacking. That country has so much, but the contributions of the real heroes are not really recognized as much. So we have to actually celebrate contributions of stalwarts, those who have made seminal contributions and made this country proud. So unless we describe appropriately, we will not be able to recognize those who made contributions. So this is effort in that direction. Efforts should continue. Actually, there are various forms of describing it. So that would continue. In fact, National Academy of Agriculture Science is already working on this. To have identify what are the impact areas and how it has really impacted. The document is being prepared. So there will be different experts putting in different formats, describing it in a different way. And I'm sure all these would actually adequately inform all concerned that how our journey is, along with the country's journey in the arena of food and agriculture, has been quite successful, and what way we need to really celebrate. But that's not really all. As Dr. Agarwal said, that how lessons learned from this journey can be actually utilized to plan for future. So this is the objective. I'm sure with your inputs today and even subsequently, we should be able to modify it further. Also, we can build our future path, better, as we go along. So without taking more time, so I would stop here we would go ahead with the presentations as planned. But I would, after every presentation, the experts, anyone would like to go comment and provide viewpoints. Very precisely, few points would like to add. So that would be very useful and most welcome. So we would go ahead with this, Dr. Ramak.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Himanshu.
Yeah, Dr. Agrawal, sir, Dr. A.K. Singh ji will be joining in few minutes. So let us have the presentation from Dr. Chauhan first.
Okay. So thank you for this information. So as it has been told by our Secretary and DG ICR, that we have to really see the key milestones, and we have to see what has been the outputs and outcomes, and what is the way forward now. So keeping that thing in view, I think the presentations have been oriented, and we'll start with the Animal Husbandry Director NDRA, Dr. Chauhan. So, Dr. Sir, you have 10 minutes to make this presentation, and please highlight the milestones and the key outputs and the way forward. Thank you, sir.
Hello. बढ़िया.
Thank you very much, and Honorable Secretary dear and DG ICR, Honorable all the distinguished the panel here, all the invitees and all the eminent scientists. This is my pleasure to address the topic which has been assigned to us, and agriculture in pre-independent era India, animal husbandry. And myself and Dr. Desh Singh, Dr. Sunil Ontero, Vikas Bora, Gunjan Bhandari and Sanjit Methi were the writer in this from NDRI. Animal rearing in India, century old, you know that, and there are the sufficient evidences that suggest domestication of farm animals happened even before the beginning of the written history. All these stages of the man-animals relations from the prehistoric time to early historic times are depicted in the art of the cave dwellers, and this is already mentioned by the Matfal 1984. Very good write-up has been submitted by him. Then this ancient Indian literature, Vedas, Purnas and Brahmanas, epics do mention about the animal care and disease management. It is believed that man-animal relationship and domestication was initiated during Mohenjo-daro and Harappa period of Indus Valley civilization. And so we know that civilization reveals animal husbandry practices, including care and management of various types of livestock species, including bovine, small ruminants, elephants, poultry, etc. So here, because the time limited is to us is only 10 minutes. So then what we have decided, this animal husbandry pre-independent India will be discussing under the three broad time periods: ancient era, medieval era, and colonial era. Under this, the ancient era, we will have this pre-Vedic era, Vedic era, and Mauryan era. Under the medieval era, we will have this discussion on the medieval dynasties and Mughal era, and of course, the finally colonial era, British rule. So under this pre-Vedic era, the valuable information which is pertaining to this era on ancient animal keeping were revealed from the archaeological evidences. And this is one evidence here in front of you is bull seal of the Harappa, which has been clearly depicted, and then from the Punjab and Sindh provinces respectively. People from these periods raised and used animals for games and recreation, numerous livestock products were consumed, namely milk, curd, ghee, etc. And the animal skin and hides were also documented having the important uses. So these are the what we have done in terms of the milestone is around 9000 BC. If you see that the domestication of sheep and goat was there, and in around 8000 BC, domestication of cattle. 6000 to 4000 BC, it was domestication of dog and fowl. So it was domestication was started during that period, and around 4000 BC, domestication of water buffalo. So whenever we talk the water buffaloes, you can see that this was long before this. The buffalo was the very precious animals to India, to this part of the country. Around 2000 BC, domestication of Asian elephant. And then in Vedic and post the Vedic era, the animals gained more importance. And here we can see that Nandi of the breeding bull, which today we also consider very important in terms of the having a focus on the male animals, because during that period, so these people consider the male is very, very important. And also the management practices during this period in terms of the castration of bull and were also practiced, and which is the very important activity, we can say that during this Vedic era. And oxen were used for farm transport, draught animals, plowing and irrigations of the agriculture field. And of course, the small ruminants, goat and sheep were raised during that period, and which was wool, subsequently used for wool. And animal Ayurveda, which was Arthaveda, mentioned the treatment of the various alignments, and then through the use of animal Ayurveda, and which is already there. And cattle were the considered symbol of health, symbol of wealth. And Aryan fought war with the local tribes and acquiring their cause and valuable assets. Name was the Gavisti. So these are some of which has been we have observed, and evidences exist that Aryan also kept dogs and guarding horses and hunting the boars, and preferred cow over the buffalo, giving the milk. And this use of the cow dung, which was used during that period too as a manure in the agriculture field, was noticed during this period. And also the Panchagabya, we talk nowadays Panchagabya, the cow milk, curd, ghee, cow dungs, and dung and cow urine gain importance during this period. So this milestone during this period is 1500 BC to 1000 BC. Hump cattle breeding was started, initiated, and in 1000 to 900 BC, Arthaveda was composed, and it provides the interesting information about the ailment of the animals, herbal medicines, and cure of the disease. It means that veterinary practices had been initiated during that period, and this is one of the depiction here. And according to evidences among the original and the authentic authors of the Indian veterinary sciences are Salihotra, and Professor M.P. Yadav is here, that the Salihotra was the person who has established initially the veterinary practices, and also Palakapya, Sasutra, Rajaputra, and these are some of Vyasa, and all these the very eminent the personalities which have been clearly mentioned in many documents. There is Kautilya also is one of the important who has initiated the veterinary medicine, caring of animals. Of all of our authors, Salihotra and Sasutra, he was a very important, prominent one. The exact period when they lived in different determines. Some of the documents say this very old era, but it still we cannot say that which period they were existing. But the information are already there that they have initiated the veterinary practices. Now, excuse me. Now the Mauryan era, it's 322 to 232 BCE. The Arthashastra was initiated, and that the care of the management of the domestic animals is documented for the Mauryan period. An important text written by the Kautilya during the Mauryan period was Arthashastra, and Arthashastra, an important text, which is very, very important. And till today, if you see this, all these things, you can find many of the practices which was done during that period. It's still going on in remote areas. Then the buffalo was also recognized the dairy in Mauryan period, and differences in terms of milk, milk fat, and also the cow importance was documented. Mauryan period is known as the introduction of state-funded veterinary services. And also Arthashastra describes this optimum herd size. And this was already there, that today we also talk this should be the optimum herd size, male and female ratio of cattle, feed and fodder earnings, and also the trade for livestock products and skin and hides. And all these things, which is like the byproducts from the animals, they were using that during that period, and provision of the punishment of the penalty and penalties imposed on the committing the crime, robbery, on ill treatment of cows. So today we talk these animal ethics and animal issues, and so these were already there. And this also, there was a rule that if you do not compliance this, so you will be punished. So this is this was the during this Mauryan era. We have taken into milestone that during this period, Arthashastra was composed. It discussed detail of animal management, livestock, and veterinary laws. And this King Asoka erected the first veterinary hospital of the world. So this is the one of these, like what we can say that in India, we were first Indian who has erected the veterinary hospital in the world. Animal husbandry during the medieval era, you can see that the medieval India is a period between the end of the Gupta Empire in the 6th century, and it was during the 1100 to 1500 BC, and it started in Mughal Empire of 1526, and then during this period, Indian subcontinent was majorly ruled by the 32 dynasties of the different period in the different geographical region, and animals were majorly used for the purpose of military, transport, draught, food, and also some of the ceremonial activities, maintenance of temple, and recreational fighting. As the elephant and the horses were used for military and for the transport of royal class, veterinary science was well developed during that period. And also apart from this milk and ghee, and people used to consume meat, and the meat of goat, sheep, pig, poultry, hare, and boar was commonly sold in the Chalukya dynasty. And so all the activities in terms of these the milk products, and also the providing the good quality feed during that period, also maintaining the pasture and pasture land, grazing field, those things were there. And cattle breeding was separate profession. This is like during that period also the breeding was initiated, and cattle breeders used to pay separate tax during the Pallavi dynasty. So this is the very important thing, that it means that these breeders were very rich people during that period. In Delhi, there's Sultanate, not much development was seen in the farm animals sector, but still taxes were imposed on the basis of the number of cattle. So it means that the during that period, they believe that economic is there because these cattle breeders or cattle rearers were getting a lot of money. So therefore, they put the tax on them. There was during the Mughal era, this is the very the important era, which was in 1526 to 1857, during which the country was home of large number of cattle population. And also it has been said that during this period, even cattle was much higher than in terms of the population than the European countries. So this is then feeding management. There was a usual practice which was there, feeding management. Also the indigenous milk products, which was like rabdi and firni, kheer and kulfi. So this was during this the Mughal period, which was initiated and subsequently consumed. The science of horse achieved ultimate heights during the Mughal period, because horse breeding center was there and were established with the state patronage. The state even promoted cross-breeding of indigenous horses. And with this imported horse like Arabian, Persian, and Turkey horses were there, and these horses were used for the cross-breeding program. Then also the state also provides the protection of the patronage of the writers of the equine veterinary literature. And this was also there because the scientists, what we call the scientists during that period, they were fully recognized, and also which tells about the skill of animal medical wisdom. And this is also how these animals are being cared, and then also how the animals can be treated, and managing horses in the stable during the Mughal era, which was very important. And then Mughal Emperor Akbar improved the irrigation facility by using the drought animals, by using the cattle and ox and their field. So this was already clearly mentioned in many of the literature. So now this animal husbandry during the British era, and mainly what we can say that these systematic practices were initiated during this British era, and development of animal husbandry in India. This colonial era was as per the military and economic need of the British Empire. Initially, they were using this because many of the farm was initially stud farm. Even including NDRI was earlier the stud farm here. So it means that horse breeding was very, very important for the Britishers, and which was started in 1793 to maintain the good cavalry. And the first stud was established in Pusa in the 1784, and subsequently different forest crops like alfalfa and Bermuda grass, they were they cultivated, and clover and Guinea grass were introduced in the region. In 1815, horse breeding started in farm of Hisar, Haryana, and also during that period at NDRI lately. And this the establishment of military dairy farms to ensure the sufficient availability of the quality milk and milk products to military, because the military was very, very important for them to fight the World War, and therefore these British families were keeping the military, the horses. And the first military dairy farm, which was required for the military, was established in Allahabad in 1889. And also the improved milch animals with the higher productivity were reared and proper record were maintained. So this was little, they become this little maintaining all these things, management practices.
Sir, time ho gaya, jaldi kariye.
Sir, cattle improvement and management were there because we know that this, which was the breeding started, government cattle farm was in Hisar 1815. And also this, the very important activity, they have initiated commercialization of milk and market linkages. And this was the very important activity. And you can see the Paulson Dairy, which was established in 1915 in Mumbai. So it's a very good building. You can see that. And also the Kairas District Cooperative Milk Producer Union, Anand, Gujarat. And now what we call is the Amul has been established lately, but it was established in 1946. And other livestock government farms were established, camel breeding in 1809, and later on the farm also the breeding of the bullock and mules. All these farms was initiated during this British period. So what we have done here, compiled this all this information here in from 1882 to 1947. First veterinary college was established at Lahore. Then first military dairy farm was established at Allahabad. Then Imperial Bacteriological Laboratory was established in Mukteswar, Uttarakhand. And then creation of the civil veterinary department in the provinces, and also the Indian Civil Veterinary Department was established. During this, the very important, the another branch of the laboratory was opened in IBRA Bareilly, and also in 1923, Imperial Institute of Animal Husbandry and Dairying was established in Bangalore. And so this year, from July onwards, we will be completing 100 years of this institution. Honorable Mahatma Gandhi visited this place, and this is the old building what we have. So this is about to complete, sir. This is the final slide. Development of anti-rinderpest serum, also 1902 anti-anthrax serum, 1908 the black water vaccine, and also the artificial insemination, which was initiated in Bangalore in 1925, and then development of Ranikhet disease vaccine at IBRA Mukteswar. Very important milestone. The cooperative movement started in dairying in 1946. So in conclusion, we can say that there was just some knowledge about of good animal breeds, feeding schedule and disease during the past pre-independent era. And during colonial era, scientific development was undertaken, and where the artificial insemination, food processing, record keeping, all these things were maintained. And I think this was the time which was the systematic work has been initiated. And also this India, which is now the top milk producing country, was suffering due to the milk shortage in 1947. Today, we have a 204 million ton milk being produced by us. And it is because of the science and contribution made by all of the eminent people during last period, and also the development like beginning of the formal veterinary education, establishment of research institutions, and also the ICR, who has played a very important role to achieve all these milestones. And today we are top among the milk producing the country in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you have taken 10 minutes extra, Dr. Sir.
Yes, sir.
So any comment, specific comment, एक और दो? कोई comment अभी देना चाहेंगे?
Sir, this is from the IFRA Jhansi, Dr. Amresh. One thing I would like to, I don't know whether that is there or not, very excellent presentation. The things is that the UN has declared 2026 as the International Year of Rangeland and Pastoralist. So we, in context of that, I would like to know whether about the grazing and the pastoralist, what we have in the history. Is there any mention of that in this chapter or not? If it is not there, I would like to, if it is permitted, we will like to add little bit of that, because there are many tribal population in this country. They are practicing this practice since long. I think the ancient India's and
एक मिनट आपने बताया, उसका एक छोटा सा एक पेज एक पैराग्राफ दे दीजिए. अगर नहीं होगा तो अप्रोप्रिएट देखेंगे क्या संभावना. ठीक है.
Thank you.
तो नहीं है तो फिर we'll move on to next one.
Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Himanshu now to make presentation on natural resource management.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, very well.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman and very distinguished participants, I will be presenting natural resources management in pre-independent India. Of course, you all know that natural resources, be coming from air, water, soil, or sun, are the major drivers or determinants of crop, animal, as well as human health. But this knowledge started coming in from the very beginning of Indian civilization. Our ancient literature, whether it is Vedas, Upanishads, Ramayana, Mahabharata, as well as the scriptures from other religions, have very good description of climate, water, soil, and their interrelationships. All of you know about these Pancha Mahabhutas or Pancha Tattvas, Jal, Prithvi, Vayu, Agni, and Akash, and their key roles in crop, animal, and human welfare. In our religion and many others, gods were associated with various elements like Indra for rain or sky, Marut for wind. And in a way, the concepts which we are now talking of, like One Health concept, circular economy, organic farming, integrated farming, crop planning, and several others emerged in the ancient period. Very briefly, I shall talk about the developments in these areas starting from our ancient era. If you see the milestones in climatology in pre-independent India, it started from the Rig Veda, which classified the seasons, also weather systems, and how clouds are formed, and all they classified different types of clouds. Then in Upanishads, again, they described in detail about clouds and rain and seasonal cycles due to Earth's movement. Then, of course, as Dr. Chauhan mentioned, Kautila Arthashastra is one really very, very important treatise which linked meteorology and agriculture in productivity and economic terms. It also differentiated the clouds and also started measurement of rainfall, Barsa Pramanam. Then, of course, came the writings of Kalidas. All of you know him from his Abhigyana Sakuntalam or Kumar Sambhava and so on. But one of his very famous writings named Meghdut, where he dated back the onset of monsoon and its path over the central India. Then, of course, in 200 AD came Manu's Manusmriti, which very vividly described that the sun is the only source of energy for all weather systems. Similarly, Brihat Samhita of Baraha Mihir discussed about planetary movements, eclipses, rainfall, and clouds. And then slowly, we moved into what we call as modern metrology. So the first meteorological unit in Madras was established by J. Goldingham in the year 1793. Taking that forward, the later development came in 1835, where Henry Piddington coined the term cyclone and also published Law of Storms. And the first IMD station was established in Calcutta in 1874, and first solar observation recorded in Dehradun. And then in 1886, India became the first country to start long-range weather forecasting. Sir Gilbert Walker is a very famous name in this field who developed models for forecasting monsoon rainfall over India. He also discovered Walker circulation and also Sadar oscillation. When you talk of climate change, this particular term is very much used, and he linked all of these to Indian monsoon. Of course, in 1928, first All India Weather Summary and Forecast was issued from IMD Pune, and in 1932, A.L.A. Ramdas studied horizontal as well as vertical climatic variations and established agricultural meteorology branch of IMD. Then, of course, just before independence, up to 1946, India started manufacturing Simon's rain gauge, calf anemometer, and wind vane by our own IMD. Radio sound observation started, and climatological charts of India also started. If you want to take few names and milestones there, so pioneering climate scientists in that area, of course, will be Dr. Radhanath Sikdar, K.R. Ramanathan, P.R. Krishnarao, who published distribution of temperature in lower stratosphere, L.S. Mathur, who developed clock type radio sound, and also S.V. Venkateswaran, who developed fan type radio sound in India. And then, of course, in 1944, Dr. S.K. Banerjee became the first Indian Director General of India Meteorological Department. As you can see, the ancient buildings, which was constructed in 1792 and 1877. Coming to soil research, soil has always been considered as a very secret living thing. And I would certainly request all of you, if time permits you, please go through Atharva Veda's hymns to goddess Earth, Prithvi Shukta. And this is the oldest and undoubtedly the most evocative environmental invocation, which said the earth that supports all furnishes wealth, the foundation, the golden-breasted resting place of all living creatures. There it describes that soil is not a commodity, but a part of our living community. Not only that, there are several other developments. So soil was termed as synonymous to the mother earth in Vedas and Upanishads. In Rig Veda, it clearly mentions the importance of organic manure as well as plowing. In Mauryan Empire, they started categorizing, classifying soil. And then, of course, a very famous name, Dr. J.W. Leather, who is also regarded as the father of soil science and agriculture chemistry in India, who started permanent manurial experiments at Kanpur and Coimbatore in 1883, long-term experience, which nowadays we talk of. He also started indigenous method for characterizing Indian soil. And then also Dr. N.B. Joshi, who started work on rhizobium for biological nitrogen fixation. Then, of course, a very famous name in soil chemistry, particularly Dr. Jain Mukherjee, who discovered diffuse double layer and also colloid chemistry and soil acidity. And of course, in 1945, probably all of you know, in Imperial Agriculture Research Institute, before independence, he became the director of that institute. Taking that forward, Dr. H.L. Das developed potassium carbonate extraction for available P. And the first map based on survey, not based on soil test, was prepared by Madame Skolaski, which was presented to the Parliament of UK. Then Dr. Baidyanath summarized more than 5,000 permanent manual experiments. One name very important in the context of organic farming and composting was Dr. Albert Howard, who developed indoor method of composting also, then Dr. A.N. Puri, and then two names, Dr. P.K. De and followed by Dr. R.N. Singh, and they are very important research on role of cyanobacteria, particularly in rice fields for soil fertility. Of course, all of us know, probably saw Dr. C.N. Acharya developed biogas plant and various methods of composting. And finally, in 1943, Vishwanath and Ukil at IRI prepared the first detailed soil map of India. This is the map which was prepared. So in soil science research and policy, three names, Dr. J. Volkar, who was appointed to advise Government of India to apply the principles of chemistry to improve agriculture. And then, of course, J.W. Leather, as I mentioned, father of soil science and agriculture chemistry in India, and Dr. C.M. Hutchinson led the foundation of soil microbiology research in our country. Of course, water management has been very crucial for agriculture, and this was again known from the days of Indus Valley civilization, more than 4,500 years BC. Artificial reservoirs at Girinar 3,000 years back started. Varsa Pramana, rain measurement, Jalashutrada, water engineers in ancient literature, Manushriti, Arthasastra also mention quite vividly the construction of dams for irrigation and how water should be managed. At that point of time, even later on also, of course, almost every region of the country had their own kind of water harvesting as well as storage structures. Probably you remember some of these names, Khadin, Bauli, Gul, Kund, Alabs, Juhad, and so on. Even now also, many of these structures are being widely used. Then, of course, when British came, famine was still a major problem. So several famine commissions were established, like Royal Commission of 1897, McDonnell Commission of 1900, which recommended development of irrigation facilities to combat famine. Then, of course, Lord Curzon, who is also known for establishing our institute at IR in Pusa, IR in 1905, formed the first Indian Irrigation Commission to protect the country against famine. Some of the major irrigation works, just to list, like Lake Sudarsana, Grand Inikat, Bahur Tank, Gongakonda, Cholapuram Tank, Bhojpur Lake, Anantaraja Sagar, early Western Jamuna Canal, early Eastern Jamuna Canal, all of these, if you see in different periods, starting from 300 BC till 18th century were developed. Then, as I said, that British period also, and later on, this construction of dams for irrigation was accelerated, and several dams of that period, starting from 1900 till 1939 or so, could be Pravara River canals of Maharashtra, Godavari Canal project of Andhra Pradesh, Sarda Canal project, Gang or Bikaner Canal of Rajasthan, Krishna Raja Sagar project of Mysore, Nizam Sagar, Kaveri Metro project, and several others. And all of these are till today doing excellent job in providing irrigation. Two very famous structures and very famous dams I would mention, and then I shall conclude. One is, of course, Ganga Canal, constructed during 1836 to 54. This was the largest irrigation canal in the world at that point of time. 898 miles long from Haridwar, providing water to the Ganges and Jamuna. And of course, Mettur Dam, constructed between 1921 and 35 on the river Kaveri in Tamil Nadu, was planned to irrigate 13 lakh acres, and one of the most massive structures of its kind in the world. And of course, there are several others, including Bhakra and others, which came later, all of you know. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to conclude with these 3 points. That the pioneering contributions in pre-independent India formed the backbone of modern research and development in natural resource management in the country and also elsewhere, not only in India, but in many other countries. There are 2 basic concepts. A central concept of that time was living in harmony with nature and simple living and high thinking. Many textbooks, starting from Vedas till today, you will be finding the reference of these 2. What we need to do now is to develop we need science-led convergence of ancient and modern NRM practices for climate resilient and sustainable agriculture. So with this, I shall stop. Thank you very much, Chairman Sir, for giving me this opportunity, presenting very briefly about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pathak. So precise, exactly 10 minutes. And very well described. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any inputs anybody would like to provide?
Maybe, sir, as we have got time constraints, so probably at the end we can request.
Okay. Okay.
So we can go ahead.
Okay. Ross?
Yes, may I request Dr. A.K. Singh, Director IRI, I think he has joined now, to talk about the crop husbandry. And Dr. Singh, as you know, we have 15 presentations today, so time is a constraint.
I will take 5 minutes. I will take 5 minutes.
No, not 5 minutes. Take 10 minutes.
Okay. No, it require more actually. So, thank you, Honorable Chair and distinguished resource persons and participants. We were given the responsibility of having the milestones for crop husbandry in the pre-independence era. And this we have compiled the information in the pre-Vedic period, Vedic period, and during different dynasties, as well as during Mughal period and then during British period. So this information is compiled in the chapter. I will briefly present the summary of it. And you see the beginning of agriculture by early cultivation of plants and domestication was reported 900 BC. And then during the period of 2300 to 1600, cultivation of wheat, barley, mustard, chickpea, cotton, date, lotus, coconut, pomegranate, lemon, and melon was observed as a part of Harappan civilization. In 2300 BC, the first report of rice cultivation was found in Lothal, Gujarat. And 1725 BC, the first evidence of growing jowar was first found in Ahar, Rajasthan. And excavation of Navatoli in Tamil Nadu revealed the cultivation of green gram and black gram and lentil, these pulse crops during 1500 BC. From 1100 to 800 BC, the earliest evidence of growing bajra was found from Rangpur in Gujarat. And during 1510 AD onward, the Portuguese travelers introduced groundnut, tobacco, potato, chili, and amaranth to India. 1555, grafting technique was introduced by the Portuguese travelers in Goa, and later Babur, the Mughal emperor, is credited to introduce, scented Persian rose to India. 1555-1605 period, there is a record of, sackcloth made from the jute from Rangpur in Bengal. And this reference comes in Aine Akbari, which was written during Akbar's period. 1605-1627 production of Itra, that is scent as the extract of essential oil from the rose petal, was mentioned in the Jahangir's rule. So you can imagine that early the technology for extraction of oil, essential oil, was available and conceptualized. 1788, the Governor General at Calcutta was requested by London, the British government, to encourage growth to meet the requirement of Lancashire textile industry. And later, the agriculture school at Siddapet in Chennai was established in 1868, the first agriculture school. In 1871, Department of Agriculture was established, and 1884, experimental farms were established for plantation research, while in 1892, the agricultural chemist and assistant chemist looked after research and teaching. So 1892, the agricultural chemist and assistant chemist looked after research and teaching. This overlap. 1901, the Inspector General of Agriculture was appointed. And we all know that 1905, the Agriculture Research Institute, then and now the Indian Agriculture Research Institute, was established at Pusa, Bihar. And from 1901 to 1905, several agricultural colleges at Coimbatore, Kanpur, Sabor, Nagpur, and Lalpur were established. In 1906, the Indian Agriculture Service was constituted. And in 1921, Indian Central Cotton Committee was established. 1926, the Royal Commission on Agriculture was appointed. And in 29, government set up the Imperial Council of Agriculture Research, now Indian Council of Agriculture Research. The first recorded evidence of systematic development of Basmati variety comes in 1933, when Basmati 370 was released by Pure Line selection. And in 1936, of course, the Indian Agriculture Research Institute was shifted to its current location in Delhi. So this was the major historical institutional development, and then some of the significant development with respect to the crops and their cultivation are described in the write-up in detail. So thank you, sir, very much for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Any comment? So we would have discussion at the end anyway, but anybody who would like to provide can put in the chat box so that we can get inputs. चलिए आगे चलते.
So with that, now we move to the agriculture in the post-independence India, and the first presentation in that series is on the field crops by Deputy Director General Crop Science and Dr. T.R. Sharma.
Good morning to all. Dr. Agrawal, can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Honorable Chairman of the session, Dr. Tulochan Mahapatra, DG, ICR, and Secretary there, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Our responsibility was to compile information on achievements in the field crops in independent India. And for doing that, we made a group of scientists from different institutes as listed here, starting from IRI to Indian Institute of Millet Research. 9 organizations were involved. And if you see the right-hand side of my slides, we have structured our chapter in particular form. Summary, then introduction, major milestone in field crops like Green Revolution, Yellow Revolution, Sugar Revolution, Gene Revolution, Pulse Revolution. And then major achievements in various crops were again aligned in this particular heading under rice, wheat, maize, millet, pulses, oilseed, sugarcane, cotton, jute, and fodder crops. Then we fourth section of the chapter is on way forward, in which we have included new breeding technologies like genome editing, genomic selection, speed breeding, transgenic, diversification and value addition, adaptation to climate change, partnerships and linkages, and for policies. And then finally, we concluded our chapter. And within the chapters, we included certain features items in the form of boxes, and some of the examples I'm going to tell you here in the coming slides. So the major achievements in various crops were listed here: rice, wheat, maize, millet, pulses, oilseed, sugarcane, cotton, jute, and fodder. And an example I am going to show here, some of the slides like here. If you see this particular compilation, we have shown very clearly how technological breakthrough in case of rice has made a major impact in rice production. Because if you see the area under rice cultivation is almost stagnated for the past 70 years, but the yield has gone from 50 million tons to 120 million tons. So this way we compiled this particular information in one particular figure, and then we listed major milestones year-wise in one table. And if you see here, starting from 1951, where Indica japonica hybridization program was initiated, and then introduction of miracle variety IR8, the release of first indigenously developed semi-dwarf hybrid variety Jaya in 1968. And likewise, all these milestones were listed in this particular table after consultation with all the participants. And then in 2021, now release of first herbicide tolerant Imaja Piper Basmati variety developed through marker assisted selection. So what I would like to say that starting from independence to till date, we have compiled this information in this particular table, and including only major milestones. And in boxes, then we provided good quality photographs of some of the landmark varieties like Jaya, which is a miracle variety of rice released in 1968 and still under cultivation. It matures in 130 days. And this particular varieties has really started the rice revolution in the country. Similarly, we included another box on Basmati 1121 for making country an rice exporter. And therein we mentioned very clearly that approximately cumulative earning due to export has been estimated to be 2,000 crore in 2008. So this type of information is given here. Similarly, in case of wheat, we have included all information in one figure form like area, production, and productivity, and how the productivity has gone from 1950 to 51 from 9.8 million metric tons to 108.575 metric tons, whereas the increase in area is very slight. So this way we explained in our chapter, and coming to the table, wherein we have included years and milestone. For example, in 1954, release of words first all rust-resistant cultivar of wheat NP809, that we included the 1965 C306. We all know the significance of C306, and 1966 to 69 release of semi-dwarf wheat varieties Lerma, Rosso, and Sonora 64, Kalyan Sona, Sonalika, which led to the green revolution in the country. Likewise, in subsequent years, whatever developments has happened in case of wheat improvement programs, we have included, and then we concluded this particular table with 2017's development of WB2 and HPBW01 first biofortified wheat variety released in the country, and including mega varieties of wheat like HD2932, HD2733. All these things are included, and also the major developments were included in this particular form. Then in case of box, now we have given very important information of two mega varieties HD2967 and HD3086, along with their significant contribution in wheat improvement program. For example, HD2967 wheat developed in 2011 variety has covered 40% of the wheat area in northeastern and northwestern plain zones. So this type of information we included in this particular chapter. Then similarly, in other crops, we have divided like maize, millet, pulses, oilseed, sugarcane, cotton, jute, and fodder. And all these chapters were given in the similar pattern which I have explained earlier. But the boxes which we have included with good quality photographs like CO238, a wonder cane varieties, the wonder variety of sugarcane, CO20238 has revolutionized sugar agriculture in subtropical India, and the variety is cultivated about 84% area in subtropical. Similarly, CSH16, a landmark sorghum hybrid, was given, and great adoption of VT cotton by the Indian farmers, that is also included here. And another box is on expanding area under moong bean, a variety Virat, the world's first extra early synchronous variety of moong bean, which matures in 50 to 55 days, that we try to give in a box form along with the photographs. Similarly, canola quality Indian mustard Pusa 0031 is included, and Chaki 9218 led expression of chickpea in central and south India. That is a very important landmark which we have included in case of pulses. So what I mean to say is that we have given some of the landmarks in the form of boxes in these whole chapters. And then we wrote our way forward in the form of new breeding technologies, which includes genome editing, genomic selection, speed breeding, transgenic, diversification and value addition, adaptation to climate change, partnership and linkages, and then policies. So all these paragraphs have been included in these particular chapters. And finally, we concluded our chapter by giving significant highlights of whole of the chapters, like the post-independence India, the development made during and after Green Revolution has transformed Indian agriculture from ship to mouth. Our goal for zero hunger by 2030. We have witnessed green, yellow, and pulse revolution in the country, and how we can sustain that in future. That is also given in conclusions. And also we have given how newer methods are harnessing the stress heterosis in crops, like speeding up the breeding process, including speed breeding, and how we can use accelerate the genetic gain in staple crops by using new breeding technologies. So likewise, we mentioned about integration of omic approaches in our resource generation, data centering, intelligence, and translation and implementation strategies, etc. So what I would like to say here, that this whole chapter which we developed for this particular book, I think going to be a very classical chapter in the history of crop improvement program in India, and it would be a very important reference to all those who are going to read it. So I think this is my last slide. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, and we are really happy to contribute for this particular endeavor of the concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you have finished well in time. I hope our efforts on breeding for disease resistance, like wheat rust, you briefly mentioned, but
yeah, sir,
so anyway,
that's included in the chapter.
Yeah. So anybody else would like to say anything on? Okay, so let's move on. Horticulture crops.
For horticulture, who is there from?
Sir, Dr. Murthy, Director IIHR Bangalore, will be making the presentation.
Okay. So Dr. Murthy, please.
Just allow me to share the screen, sir. The respected chairman and convener and all the other delegates, I will be making a presentation on agriculture in post-independent, covering the horticulture crops, sir. And just in the chapter, we have included as a background, what is the status of the present status, how we achieved this one. We are coming to that one in the other couple of slides. We have about 17% of the arable land under horticulture that comprises of about 27, and the production aspects 333.3 million tons, and it contributes about 30% to the gross net value of from the agriculture. And the availability of these fruits and vegetables, especially for avoiding the malnutrition, we have about 540 grams per day in 2019-20 value, and second largest producer of fruits and vegetables globally. We have ranked some of those fruits and vegetables, and some figures we have given for exports, sir. And value of output of horticulture crops, it amounts to about 10 lakh crores based on the prices of 2011. These are different aspects of fruits, vegetables, ornamental plants, and spices crop, the productivity we have given. And what are the challenges that we have faced in during our production? We have given low productivity in food crops, vegetable crops. We have compared the Indian figures with the global figures. This is where we stand. And crop losses due to pest and diseases. This is mostly because of changing climatic scenario and also invasive pests that we are facing. One best example we have given is that chili black thrips recently. Lack of quality produce for global competitiveness. This is one of the major challenges. We try to compromise for the quality that we should avoid for safe production of horticulture produce. Some of the practices that is for gap also we have given in this chapter, sir. And depleted and degraded production environment. And we have very small and marginal holdings when it comes to horticulture crops. Mechanization is another problem. And moisture and salinity stress, what is the area? Acidity stress, what is the area that we have? And post-harvest losses is major. In this value chain, we have touched upon huge mismatch between the production capacity and available infrastructure, which is leading to a lot of post-harvest losses. Inadequate market information accessibility. This is another major challenge that we are facing. Other important challenges include, most important is lack of quality and planting material. We have given a lot of stress in this particular chapter, what were the practices that was followed earlier and how to come out with the newer technologies. And based on these challenges and problems, the ICR system has contributed. We have about 10 central institutions, 6 directorates, 7 NRCs, 13 ASRPs, and 6 network projects. And our ICR system has about 72,974 accessions of different fruits, vegetable, ornamental crops, all horticulture crops put together. There is a graph we have given. What are the number of accessions what we have, and the number of hybrids and improved varieties that we released. That statistics is available, sir. And significant contributions of some of those technologies that we have indicated. This include different fruit crops in grapes, mango, banana, citrus, guava, some of the either both the varieties or production technologies which have contributed to the increase in production that we have brought in. In vegetable crops also, some selected examples like Arkarakshak in onion, Bima Super, garlic, Bima Purple, and watermelon, Arka Manik, and French bean, Arka Komal, we have given as the examples for increased output and productivity. And in flower crops, success stories we have documented that includes tuberose in plantation crops, cashew in Bhaskara variety, in spice crops also, like crop-specific micronutrient mixtures that can be used in many of these spice crops. And bioencapsulation, one of the novel technologies developed from IISR that has been documented. And curcumin content, with high curcumin content up to about 6% in turmeric, some of those varieties, we have pictures and also presentations. And Arka Microbial Consortium, one of the flagship items from IIHR Bengaluru, that is also been documented, its value and its impact, and crop-specific foliar nutrition formulations, and biopesticides, the value of it, how many of we have licensed to, and online seed portal. This is one of the best examples that we have included in this chapter, how can make the seeds available for the farmers. And when it comes to quality planting material, we have dedicated a couple of pages for this particular aspect. And ICR has developed one of the handbooks. This has become the base for a technical specification of horticulture planting material, because in many perennial crops, the mistake done in the beginning is a mistake forever. To avoid that one, some of those technical specification that has been given. Good nursery management practices also has been included in this one. Newer technologies for production of planting material. When it comes to pepper, there is a shortage of planting material. There is very good demand. For that, some technologies have been developed. Such technologies has been documented. And in banana also, that embryogenic suspension culture from NRC banana, that has been documented. And grafting technology in vegetable crops, this is going to be the order of the day, because some very good root stocks has been identified in different agriculture research institutions. With this, either we have the resistant to drought or to flood, because these are the problems that we are facing in recent days. To avoid this one, we have some good technologies that has been documented in this one. And another new technology to avoid the long distance transportation is that ARC in potato, that is apical root cuttings. This is getting popular in some parts of southern India. That has been documented, sir. And some older technologies, but which are high impact, is like high density planting. There is Alfonso and Olur. Even this year, although the mango production is about just 40%, our institute at least in high density demo plot, we are getting almost a similar crop of the regular one. And in cashew also, there is a high density plantation that is becoming very popular, that has been documented. And very good success about apple production, where we used to get about 24 to 40 tons of for 10 to 12 years. Now we are able to get about 50 to 58 to 62 tons. That kind of technology is available. That has been documented with the newer varieties. And crop nutrition technologies, there are several of them that has been documented in this chapter. And some economic impact also we have given, sir. What is the economic impact of some of the very good technologies, like in grape in dogleads? About 90% of the total area under grape is now covered under this particular rootstock. And citrus disease-free planting material production by STG, that is shoot tip grafting, a success from Citrus Research Institute that we have documented. Cashew softwood grafting, about 100 regional nurseries has been supported by Directorate of Cashew for this particular technology, that has been documented. And some of the integrated pest management technologies that is suitable for horticulture crops include for mango, guava, citrus, avocado, and then also some vegetable crops that is also been documented. Biopesticides is the order of the day. Now we are listed all the biopesticides that is available, and which is commercialized also, that is included. To avoid the post-harvest losses, there are several technologies released from the NAR system. We are handholding, and that is available. And also protected cultivation technology for making a calendar of crops that is suitable for protected cultivation. That information we have given. And one of the new technologies to promote the farmers' varieties, we have identified some of these jackfruit and tamarind that we have documented as success stories. In days to come, especially in horticulture, perennial crops, seedling selection or open pollinated seedlings will be the one of those things which will be useful for identifying the best performing crops that you can take. And economic impact studies of pomegranate, pole bagua, that is bagua, about 90% of the area is under this particular crop, the success story of this one. And potato kufri, pukraj, and tomato triple resistant arkarakshak, economic impact of that one. I'm happy to share with you that most of the northeastern sister states, this is covering about 80 to 90% of the total area under horticulture crops, under tomato crop. And IHR is also producing about 1,200 kgs of hybrid seeds of this arkarakshas and supplying to many of these places. In a tabular form also, we have mentioned about some of these technologies. This was taken up by one economic institution in Delhi. And to cater to the farmers, what are the method of extension methodologies that we are adapting? One of the success is that our National Horticulture Fair, in this our Honorable DG also participated. This is one of the flagship program. Last year, before last year, we were able to connect about 55 lakh farmers during this. This is one of the novel technologies that we have adopted. When it comes to conclusion and conceptualization of future research, we want to change from commercial varieties or single trait to multi-disease resistant traits, addressing the issues at instead of at the institute level, we need to go for working in networking or consortium mode. Emphasis on macronutrients that we want to, although it is there. So some, especially horticulture crops, minor and micronutrients are major challenging things that we have to address. Planting material production, upscaling of production, seed village concept, that's one of the flagship program of ICR, IHR. And quality through diagnostics is another important aspect. Conventional cultivation to smart cultivation with novel technologies, market-driven production, that is what is required rather than selling the produce that we are growing. Cluster-based farming and biopesticides, intensive horticulture, conservation horticulture, precision protected cultivation, conventional transfer of technology to innovative methods of ICT. These are some of the points that we have covered in this chapter, sir. Thank you for opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Murthy.
Thank you, sir.
I hope all these are included in the chapter, Dr. Pathak.
Yes, sir. And they are, yeah, all of them are there. But again, Dr. A.K. Singh and Dr. Murthy is trying to update with few more information, but the things have been captured there, sir.
Okay. So that's good. So, but those, farmers fair and all that, not really briefly mention.
Okay,
you didn't talk about coconut, your achievement. I think you should have some mention about coconut under plantation crops.
Okay, sir.
You talked about cashew, but no mention of coconut. But I don't know, it must have been included in that in chapter.
Okay. In the journal forum, it is included, sir. That some of the highlights of the coconut.
Okay. So, any other comment? Specific ones?
Sir, I have observations. I think it should also find this one spices and they should also find a place in this because a lot of work is going on these issues. I didn't find any mention of these things.
Spices also we have separate couple of pages for dedicated.
Just mention, Dr. Murthy, just note down if they are all included because it's a representation, cannot be everything is being presented.
Yes, sir.
So just mention if it is not there, add something there. Otherwise, it's you will take it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Murthy, do you have this milestone table in your chapter?
Yeah, we have, sir. We have.
Okay. Okay.
And Honorable DG sir, cocoa also in plantation crop along with the coconut. Cocoa also, if it is find some mention, that will be good, sir.
Sir, we have covered that one as not as a single crop, sir, as a multi-story cropping in different horticulture-based cropping system. We have bringing that one as one of the examples, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So let's move on to livestock and poultry.
Palm also comes under plantation crops nowadays important, so that also must.
Okay, so whatever you wish, you can just briefly send to Dr. Murthy, madam. So that will be included. Okay. ठीक है, BC madam.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Yeah, Dr. Tripathi.
Now my screen is shared, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir. Most Honorable Secretary there and DG ICR, Dr. Mahapatra, sir, and top brass in agricultural scientists and veterinary and fishery sciences, directors of Serum Institute and all my DTG colleagues and scientists and all participants. We have been given two chapters. One was in livestock and poultry production, and another was in animal health in independent India. So now if we see as a whole the livestock and poultry sector contribution, we find that it is over around 26% to agricultural GDP and 4.1% overall GDP. And giving employment to 18.8% of population and livelihood to 2/3 of rural community. India is the highest milk producers with almost 200 million, the third largest in production of eggs, and the sixth largest in poultry meat production. Now, if we look at compare our data from since 1950-51, we find that milk has increased to 11.7 times. Egg has been to over 62 times, wool over 1%, one time, and meat 4.6 times. And of course, and we go with the human population during 1950, it was 359 million. Now we have got 1,350 million. So, and animal population from 97, it has not increased much. It has now 536 million. and the per capita availability of milk, which was 130 gram in 1950, is now 406 gram in 130 gram in now it is 1920. Eggs also, which were getting 5 eggs, now they're getting 6 eggs per annum per capita. And if you see the total ANGR in the country, we have got only 50% of them have been characterized and elevated, and more than 200 fields have been notified to date. Now ICR, how ICR has addressed many problems of our productivity problem and health problem by taking initiative and instituting new establishment or newer institute. And total, we have been addressing livestock, poultry production, and animal health total in the country by having 19 institutes, and majority of them have been opened after 1975 and 1980s. So as you can see, and so many network programs on cattle, sheep, goat, buffalo, pig, so that we can come up with the higher productivity range of this. Then milestone that we have mentioned in our book that first in 1943, first buffalo calf born of AI due to AI, and AI was started buffalo, sheep, goat, pig, and poultry. And then first feed wall project was started in 1985 on cattle. Current Swiss and current fees were declared high yielding phosphate cattle during 1982. And then we started breed registration during 2008-9, and at that time 129 population of standard registered, and then subsequently they were get notified by the DR government of India. And the development of poultry Abhishan sheep, and then 2016-18, where the high yielding variety of pigs, and the Mithun whole genome sequence was, and very recently we developed SL chip for indigenous livestock and poultry. And some of the nutritional technology was also developed during 1970 as a urea treatment for poor quality references, and mineral mapping of entire country was done during 1997-2003. And NIP developed some anti-methylenic product in form of Haridhara and Tamarin Plus. Then milestone in livestock production, then a first embryo transfer was done in ICR system in 1987. And then development of crystoscope was done in 2003-4. That is for the knowing the exact time of the human detection. And the buffalo clone was first done in the world in 2009. And production of clone buffalo calf using different cells at NDRI and also subsequently by CIRB at Hisar. The pregnancy diagnostic test was developed for cattle buffalo and was released. And the AI technique where we normally use 20 million sperm that was reduced to 12 million, that was the technology, and FSSI certification was given to our NRCR need, and development of for the speed identification for the farm. Then the poultry production, the exotic poultry breed imported to improve egg production in 1962, and later on high yielding layer and broiler strains were developed. In 1989, we developed several backyard poultry variety, chicken variety that has really changed the scenario of the country. And 2014, mission on village poultry under AICRP was developed, and transnative chicken was developed for that. And coming to the improvement in cattle and crossbred, and we developed 4 crossbred freeze wall, current Swiss and Vrindamani. And you can see that milk yield, highest milk yield was found to be almost close to 7,000 for each of them. And then also we worked on ICR work on the genetic improvement of indigenous cattle and buffalo, where we have seen improvement from 20 to 46%, and the proven both superior bull and semen doses were also supplied to the field level. Improvement in sheep and goats, that was also found to be almost 20 to 85%, and only 25%, and living rate was found improved to be 88%. Similarly, in poultry, synthetic lines, we developed synthetic lines, and they were found to lead to 3 times higher eggs and 5 times higher body weight. Genome-edited chicken Nicovari was also developed, which has got improved by 6x. So coming to the other development of our sheep, pig, and poultry varieties, Very recently, we have developed a Avishan sheet that quadruplex and the qualification is more than about 75%, litter size is 1.8, and now it is a very on high demand. And in addition to that, we are also ICR had developed four crossbreds, Bharat Manual, Kali, Negmas, and the synthetic. Regarding big improvement program, we've developed so many cross varieties, and the litter size is almost 2.5 times in body weight, and income of farmers are increased to 2.8 times. Similarly, several backyard poultry varieties were developed where the annual egg production has been found to be up to 160, and body weight has been increased to 1.2 kg. And the backyard poultry from last census, the country has increased about 45%. And ICR has given really played a significant role in that. Regarding nutritional intervention, that what ICR has done, they have developed area-specific methods from throughout the country, and also it has mapped the entire country as such. In addition to that, the bull meal mixture, that is for breeding bulls for better quality semen, and balanced feeding, the urea, molasses, mineral blocks, and then the reduction in entering methane that I told around Marine Plus has also achieved around 80 to 20% reduction in methane emission. Then Reprofite Plus is another feed supplement that has been developed. Feed technology, where the pellet making is of complete feed block, alternative feed ingredients for broiler and chickens, and also ameliorating mycotoxin in poultry diets, and make feed software that all have been developed that has led to the better nutrition for the animal. Now, animal reproduction, as I've told that embryo transfer, ovum pickup, IVF, and technology has been developed. Once upon a time in 2000, we were thinking that the embryo transfer cannot be technology that can be used, but now Government of India has adopted it, and more than 25 centers of IVF have been opened in the country. So we are just working on that. And then you have seen the closed buffalo here. These all we have been put in our chapter. And of course, on yak also, Mithun also, we have also done this embryo transfer in yak and Mithun, and for the first time. And coming to the livestock technology, we have also given a few pages on livestock technology, where more than about 100 livestock and poultry products technologies have been developed. Meat safety and meat quality is also one of the area of the discussion. And meat speciation technology that has been developed for purposes that has also been included in our chapter. Now, we have also included our work on climate resilient animal agriculture, especially some of the work that is going on the Vindicra, on cattle and buffalo, in goat and poultry, where we have shown that how our animals are more resilient, climate with regard to heat stress, with regard to disease resistance, etc. Now, the way forward, there are several challenges that we have been looking at our animal production. That the genetically reduced population, we're getting reduced genetic gains, that's getting cost of feed and other resources, and there are other physiological risks that has to be taken care of. The advanced tools such as SMP chips based on genomic selection that has already been developed that has to be used in the field for better production of animal and better availability of the superior genetic germ plant. In artificial intelligence-based precision livestock farming, improvisation of assisted reporting technology for field application that would be there. Then diversification of products, technology, and value addition along with traceability-based quality assurance would also be started working on this. So coming to the animal health management, that has had been a key role that ICR has been playing since more than 100 years by developing through diverse technology, vaccine, the quality control, therapeutics, etc. ICR has also taken several initiatives looking at the requirement of the country as far as animal health management is concerned by opening newer institute, newer infrastructure, and also increasing the capacity to deal with many emerging and re-emerging and exotic diseases. And also through surveillance and monitoring of economically important diseases and keeping vigilance over more than 30 emerging, re-emerging exotic diseases in the country. And ICR should be proud that we have not incurred any disease to import of any livestock or livestock product in this country. So presently also ICR has been helping disease control. I think 4 major disease control in India that has been launched recently, about 3 years back. Now, due to faster international trade and travel, demographic change and globalization, there is a high risk of newer emerging diseases, zoonotic and transmitted diseases. For example, the regular incursion of exotic endemic diseases like avian influenza that has been occurring in this country since 2006. PRS, porcine reproductive respiratory syndrome, lumpy skin disease, and African swine fever. They are the recent examples that have been happening. ICR Institute have developed more than 45 vaccines, and still that are remaining in the pipeline, and more than 40 diagnostic tests and surveillance kits that are being used for the surveillance. Now, this is the timeline of vaccine development, especially from IVRI, and how from 1950 onwards, they have developed regular, wherever there has been requirement, improvement and refinement in the earlier vaccine and development of newer vaccine and newer technology. So right from the anthrax spore vaccine until you can see here the indigenous CSF, classical swine fever vaccine that were developed. There are more than 25 vaccines have been developed in this period only. In addition to IVRI, other institutions like NRC Swine, that are also working, and DFM, they are also working on that. We have also mentioned in this chapter that how we have controlled diseases, fearful diseases. We have controlled due to our technology, vaccine and diagnostic and surveillance kit, monitoring kit. Rinderpest is the major one in 2006, the contagious bovine cloven pneumonia in 2007, and African swine, African horse sickness, that is like swine disease, was also country was declared free in 2014. Though this disease was only eradicated during 1960s itself. Another disease, the equine infectious anemia, that struck the country during 1986. Now, for NRC Swine has been doing work for more than 30 years, and now the country is free from this. Of course, we are not declared free, for which we are applying to OIG. There are several disease control programs set by the government of India, like foot and mouth disease, PPR in sheep and goats, brucellosis in animals, swine fever is going on with the central assistance. Along with that, our ICR Institute are also working for the control the eradication of avian influenza, equine influenza, and equine blindness. And you'll be aware that in 2008 and before that in 1986, there has been a major amount of equine influenza that has been controlled by NRC Swine and other state government partnership. Then we are also preventing the incursion of exotic and emerging diseases, and for which there are at least 30 diseases we have got a preparedness, and any diseases which we are feeling that it may come to country, we also have diagnostic preparedness for that as well. Now, this is what the ICR has taken initiative, expanding its capacity in the country and taking the entire scenario of animal health management. In 1943, from how this the foot and mouth disease, the project started from a vaccination catalogue effort. It became DFMD, it became Project Directorate, now it has become DFMD, and also recently we opened an international center for FMD in Bhubaneswar, which is also now FMD reference center for South country and other Southeast Asian country. In 1985, ICR opened and established institute in RCR equine for looking at the equine diseases that are very important. And then in 1988, our new laboratory, high secondary disease with BSL-4 lab facility that came in at Bhopal. And this laboratory was established when there was no people laboratory anywhere in the Asian countries. It was the 5th laboratory in the world. So that is the kind of ICR thinking to tackle with those emerging and dangerous diseases. And the way they are looking at the importance of our disease surveillance and epidemiology, we also, ICR also developed this AISRP on ADMAS, and then this ADMAS was changed into Project Directorate, and finally it was developed in Nivedi to tackle the ecological and disease surveillance and forecasting, etc. And Nivedi has been doing on this work. They're looking at the importance of our culture that we have been isolating that will be used currently for the vaccine or for the posterity. Then ICAR established special center for veterinary type cultures, where almost 5,000 cultures are available of different bacterial and viral pathogens. Now the impact, just I would like to do a few seconds on the impact, how that our technology has given our economic benefits in terms of as a result of rindle pest control eradication. As you can see that there was a milk production more than 4.6% per annum. It has increased. And if you look at the net benefit, you can see here 1576 million, and net benefit during NPRE 1994 was 6,903 million. Now, if you look at the expenditure that we have done on the country has done on rindle pest vaccine research and production, having found to be 47,856 million over a period of 92 years. And now the FAO has estimated that total gain in terms of additional food production value $289 billion between 1965 to 1998. So that is the kind of contribution that has come from ICR. Similarly, if you look at the impact of our vaccination and our technology, you can see that during 2002-03 we had close to 2,000 outbreaks. Now up to 20, you can see almost less than 100 outbreaks. And how this reduction in the FMD outbreaks has been correlated with the milk production. When this FMD outbreaks are coming down and milk production has been increasing. So that is the kind of correlation and that is kind of the impact that ICR has made. Now, another important disease, PPR control, which is a very important, very acute disease and almost causing mortality 20 to 90%. And economic losses are estimated to be around 4,683 crores. And now here you can see due to vaccination only, how from 95, this disease in India came during 1995. And now you can see that how from 95, then 2011 to 15, has reduced further, and then 16 to 19. And now you can see there will be such a reduction in the disease outbreaks in the country. And even about having the economic impact, you can see here, then our PPR diagnostic test has saved around 62.25 million foreign exchange for import substitution. So that is another achievement that we have received and we have mentioned in our book also. Then there's an achievement in many other diseases of paternal buffalo. So right from the 1951 developing vaccine for anthrax, brucella, hemorrhagic septicemia, and theileria, and then they went with diagnostic test for infectious bovine rhinotracheotis, bovine brucellosis, buffalo pox, and very recently we have developed Brucella abortus mutant vaccine that has been found to be very good, and it has also been transferred to some company to produce it. Then we had several milestone achievement in case of sheep and goat health improvement. So right from 1956, developing vaccine for enterotoxemia, and then for Clostridia, then sheep pox, then PPR cell culture vaccine, then diagnostic test for PPR, then goat pox vaccine, and then again there's cell culture vaccine for contagious chyma or again sheep pox vaccine. See, look at that how we have already tried to define our own vaccine that we have developed long back. So looking at the technology available with us. Now, other animals, say equine, porcine, canines, and camels, they've also developed a lot of vaccines since 1962. I'm not going to read all these, we have mentioned all these in our book chapter. I'll just give one example of Pascal swine fever. It has been a very devastating disease. We developed the first vaccine in 1962, was weaponized. The rabbits are required to produce the vaccine. But we feel that it was not a very economical, and also it's very difficult to produce the quantity of vaccine that we require. So we developed in 2007 cell culture vaccine for Pascal swine fever. And then further, we improved it further. And very recently, 2020, we have developed a vaccine that is the attenuated live vaccine, conferring immunity more than 2 years. That is very cheaper also. It has been commercialized also. So these are the kind of achievements that ICR has been making for the animal health management in the country. As far as poultry health management is concerned, in 1945, we developed Ranicate first vaccine, and the Ranicate vaccine F strain, because we used to strain from that. Fowlpox vaccine was also developed in that period, in 1959 to 60. And the development of infectious bursal disease vaccine in 1990-2001. NISAR developed, NISAR was formed, was recognized as the DHD first center, and also by FOI Center for Southeast Asian country. The diagnostic tests were developed for avian influenza, and the reverse generative technology, they have developed a marker vaccine for high pathogenic avian influenza. And of course, laboratory is accredited, and they've also produced a subviral based infectious bursal disease vaccine. And they've also, in 2021, developed an inactivated vaccine for low pathogenic S9N2. And Government of India is going to have developed a national plan prepared by us. Now they're going to have also a national plan for low pathogenic influenza, because high pathogenic influenza is already a disease, we notified one, and for that we have got a set national plan. We do according to that, but we didn't have any plan for low pathogenic influenza. That is starting very lot of diseases are coming up that with the exposure of this influenza. Now, coming to the conclusion that I have told that how that I see government pathway innovative and cutting edge technology, and that will help the livestock and poultry production in the country. Many indigenous vaccine that I have told that all vaccine that is being used in animals have been produced by ICR Institute, and we are proud to say that. And all technology that is being used for the control of disease and eradication is being developed by ICR Institute. So besides prevention of the disease, we also need to have a forecasting mechanism or preparedness and rapid emergency response, because as we know that diseases like PRRS, like avian, like African swine influenza, they've all come recently in the country. So we need to prepare for that as well. So also they need a greater regional cooperation and collaboration for monitoring disease control, because we get many diseases from our porous border, from our system region. And of course, ICR has contributed significantly for the COVID pandemic, and still we are working on this virus. And the way forward to that we are really ICR Institute works on animal health, like new generation vaccines, adjuvant therapeutics, and health implements. And there's also a lot of demands for the pen-side, cheaper, efficacious diagnostics. And we should also have a basic data on the disease that what is the quantum of disease that has been occurring in this country. So surveillance and monitoring mechanism could be very strong to lay the sound foundation for the disease control and eradication. AMR is the one issue that has been coming up. There are many One Health issues that has coming, One Health problems are coming up. ICR has also started a project on antimicrobial resistance is another problem, the global problem. We are also addressing it. Drug residues is another problem that we have been looking into it. And finally, that our human resource development and capacity building and technological package topic government scheme will continue, and will be able to cater to the entire needs of the country as far as animal health management is concerned. So I think it's again the slide will come. Thank you, sir. I think.
Thank you very much. We have taken almost 20 minutes. In fact, because two probably chapters were there, so both were combined. So thank you very much. Any comment? Specific comment? So kindly provide in the chat box or give in writing to Dr. Tripathi your comments if you are not mentioning here. So we'll move ahead. Fishery and Aquaculture. Dr. Praveen.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Yeah.
Is it displayed, sir? The screen?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Go to full screen. Full screen.
It's in full screen, sir.
Why all those top?
I think it is in PDF. That's why. It's in PDF.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning once again, Secretary Dare and DGICR, DDGs, and all other officials for today's meeting. I'll make a brief presentation on fisheries and aquaculture. It's from the presentation from the Fisheries Science Division. Fishing, in fact, as we all know, is a very old profession, and in the earlier half of the last century, it was mainly by artisanal inshore capture fishery using small boats, sailboats, and catamarans. And this actually, the intervention of the technologies, the fishing industry has picked up after independence. And in fact, we had the mechanization coming into it. And then we have the motor boats, the outboard engines. And with this, the fishermen were able to go to the deeper waters and to the deeper areas for catching more and more fish. And in the culture sector, we see that it was only Indian major carps, which was mostly focused during earlier days. And there were the Act, Fisheries Act, very old Act, 1857, in which most of the present acts are based on. Looking at the marine sector, sir, it was after the UNCLOS, that is the United Nations Conference on the Law of the Seas in 1982, we were given the exclusive economic zone status. So earlier it was not there, and because of this exclusive economic zone status, we have 200 nautical miles from the baseline where we can fully exploit and manage the resources, the marine resources of the country. This has given an opening for all the countries, including India, who are taking up deep sea fishing and all other fishing activities in 200 nautical mile zones. In the fisheries sector, sir, I would like to always remember the contributions done by Dr. Francis Day, who actually has traveled throughout the country. It is during 1850s. And he has published several books and articles, which are the basis of our present research. And he has, in fact, described more than 1,148 species taxonomically. It is like a Bible for all the students of the fisheries fraternity. In the inland sector, it has witnessed a paradigm shift from the marine-dominated fisheries to inland fisheries. As you all know, though initially everything was based on marine fisheries, and you see the production was also very high, increasing in the marine fisheries. But over the years, we see that there is a lot of stress and pressure on the marine fisheries. The catches have come down. Because of that, there is a paradigm shift in the marine-dominated fisheries to inland fisheries. So this is one thing what the ICR also in all the institutes, the focus is on now on the aquaculture side, keeping in mind the different resources available in the country. The major contributor of fish production from actually 36% in the mid-1980s to 70% in the recent past. So it has surpassed the marine fish production percentage-wise. We see that the aquaculture has now taken over the marine sector over the past few years. Shift from capture to culture-based fisheries has paved the way for sustainable blue economy. Development in terms of potential has to be realized. We have not still reached. If you see the gap between the number 1 and number 2 country, China and India, we have still a lot of work to do. And in fact, India is such a big country and we have a lot of resources. Actually, the potential has yet to be realized. I think we can do a lot of work on this. In the earlier days, the fry were collected from the wild for culture. You know that all they were collecting the fries. But then the Indian scientists achieved the first success in induced breeding in 1957, Dr. Hiralal Chaudhary. And because of that, we celebrate the Fish Farmers Day on that particular day. That is on 10th July, it is celebrated. This is a big breakthrough from wild collection to actually induced breeding, and breeding technology started from that, mainly from the Chinese carp, from the carp. Likewise, the pinnate shrimp species and the giant freshwater prawns were also under the hatchery controlled conditions which were developed over the years. Various technologies developed for the number of species, including oysters, mussels, clams, among sedimentary species, as well as for shrimps and fish. So over the years, we see that from the wild collection, now we are scientifically doing the induced breeding, and the ICR institutes have a major role in the whole development of the induced breeding sector in the country. In the marine sector, actually, initially, because we were an underdeveloped country, we had taken a lot of help from the FAO, the United Nations Development Program, particularly for surveying the marine resources, what are the type of fish available, what are the potential yield, what way it can be captured, harvested, We have taken help from them, from the taking of fishing vessels from them, different types of fishing nets and gears. Technologies actually, basically, we took help from the FAO and UNDP. Early 1970, coastal aquaculture and mariculture started. During 1979, advanced studies on mariculture, and in fact, a degree course was started in Simmafarai. Research in brackish water aquaculture subsequently followed. A lot of work in the fishing craft and gear, because as you know, as the technologies developed, the fishermen wanted to go to deeper waters, catch more fish. So accordingly, new designs were developed, new fishing boats were developed, new fishing gears were developed. Fishing gear means fishing nets were developed to catch these fishes. Simultaneously, fish processing technologies are also developed, and CIFT plays a major role in development of fish processing and the quality control of the fishes. Overall, sir, because when there is a lot of pressure, lot of fishing, conservation plays a major role. And now all our research institutes are actually focusing on the conservation of these resources, because they're all renewable resources. Any day, any time it can be finished. There are a lot of examples in other countries. Because of overexploitation, the fish resources were totally removed from the sea. So this conservation also plays a major role, either it is inland, marine, or brackish water. So we always focus on conservation so that it is sustainably captured. Fish is sustainably captured from the oceans. Sir, one interesting thing which you also know, sir, when we talk about 75 years of independence, two of our institutes, sir, 1947, the Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute and the Central Inland Fisheries Research Institutes were established. So we have a long history from 1947 onwards. Both of our institutes, both in the inland and marine sector, have been carrying out work throughout the country, width and length of the country. And then it was followed by other research institutes, depending on the needs of the resources. That's why we have the resource-based institutes for the marine, for the inland, for the brackish water, for the cold water, and then, of course, for the education and for genetics. And then I would also like to say it's not only CIFT or not only ICR institutes. The development of fisheries, there were other organizations, the Government of India organizations like the Fisheries Survey of India, based at Mumbai, the Central Institute of Fisheries Nautical Engineering Training, which is based at Cochin, and National Institute of Processing and Harvest, Post-Harvest and Technology at Cochin. These are all three institutes, major institutes, which also played a major role in the development of fisheries in the country. FSI in the survey part, CIFNET in the training of fishermen, for training them to go for fishing, and NIFAD in the processing part. So these are they are also organizations which play a major role in the development of fisheries in the country. Then, of course, over the years, because depending on the importance of the fisheries sector, as we all know, the Prime Minister himself felt and the government felt that there should be a new Department of Fisheries. And we have a new Department of Fisheries 2019, along with a ministry named with the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy. And with this, sir, the responsibilities of the fisheries research institutes further increased. And we have a lot of convergence and a lot of handhold programs with the Department of Fisheries, particularly under the Pradhana Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana scheme, which is at present running. And we are fully involved, all the fisheries research institutes are involved in the development of fisheries under the Pradhana Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana scheme. Sir, briefly, I would like to just skip and tell you that we have a very big coastline, 8,118 kilometers, such a big coastline, the 2.02 million square kilometers in the continental shelf and a landing center of 1,547 throughout the marine coast and coastal fishing villages of 3,477. Wish to inform you that more than 50% are again coming only from 5 states, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Maharashtra. So there are other states which also can contribute and further increase the fish production. And in fact, out of this, we have already harnessed 70% of the potential. So this is another thing which has to be noticed. We have only 30% and which has to be done very judiciously and very safely. The inland sector, sir, we have harnessed only 57% of the potential. We have a lot of resources like reservoir, ponds, brackish water and wetland, and only 50% inland fish production from 5 states, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Odisha, Bihar and UP. Here we have a lot of scope, sir, lot of scope which can increase the fish production tremendously, and at least we can compete to China to see that our fish production increases. This is again giving a broad output, the figures, just to give an idea of how the fishery sector is. If you look at the fishery sector, we contribute 7.28% to the GVA of the agriculture GVA. The present production is more than 1.42 million metric tons. It is 2019-20 figure, which shows 1.42 million metric tons. And then we have the average annual growth rate. That's also quite good, showing that 9.71%. So this is a good trend in the fisheries sector, where we always show that the growth rate is very high. Again, if you look at the global share, sir, ours is 7.73% in fish production. As I mentioned first, we are the third largest fish producer in the world, second largest aquaculture producer in the world, the sixth largest marine capture fish producer, and the fourth largest capture fish producer. And then exports, sir, the latest figure which I just collected from the Marine Products Export Development Authority is 58,000 crores. That is the present figure in 2022. And the target given by the Prime Minister or the Pradhan Mantri Yojana is that we should reach 1 lakh crores by 24-25. And I think that is achievable. Because by seeing the export figure, which was just 47,000 last year, increased to 58,000 this year crores, I think we can achieve the target of 1 lakh crores in the coming years. Just very briefly, sir, I would like to just mention the different technologies developed by our research institute. I'm just focusing on the very recent technology. As you know, most of the technologies have been, particularly the breeding and seed production technologies, developed only in recent years, because most of the focus was only on the Indian major calves. But now we have a lot of species. In fact, I have a list of species which I'll come. This is only showing the major development during the last 5 years. If you look at the technologies developed in the marine, the brackish water, the freshwater fishes, a lot of work has been done, including the ornamental fish. This is again a focus area because, again, depending on the Prime Minister's wish, that we should also look into the ornamental fishes. We have done a lot of breeding technologies for ornamental fishes. We have a lot of diversification aquaculture over the years. These are again very recent. Shrimp farming in inland saline waters, particularly in Punjab, Haryana, UP areas, where this water was not used, now being used for shrimp culture. We have different models, integrated multi-trophic farming, farming for native species, and open sea cage farming. This also I would like to mention. At present, we have more than 2,500 cages all over the coast. This is one area because already we are unable to harvest from the sea as we have already reached the optimum. But this is one option to have cage culture in the open sea so that we can increase the fish production. And this lot of emphasis is given on this. And Simafara is on the limelight and in the forefront, looking into the sea cage farming or sea cage culture in the Arid waters. Sir, we have also developed several feeds for important fishes because this forms an important ingredient for the fish culture. So we have most of the feeds, in fact, sir, I would like to mention, are imported. Even now, the major share is from the import from the foreign countries. But we have developed a lot of indigenous varieties, and this is just picking up. And there are some feed, for example, Vanami Plus has taken over in most of the farms in North India because it is good as well as very cost effective. We also have feeds for the ornamental fishes. These are the things which are so far, sir, finfish, breeding and seed production, so far 66 have been developed, technologies have developed since independence. Shellfish, 16 have been developed, freshwater ornamental, 49 have been developed, marine ornamental, 34 have been developed, marine ornamental shrimps, 7 have been developed, fish feeds, 54 have been developed, different life stages of fish, different feeds, and diagnostic 28 numbers have been developed. I also wish to inform, sir, you know that we have already published a book on breeding and seed production technologies on marine and marine fishes, fruit fishes. That is, we have said 61. After that, in the last 2 years, we have again increased it. I think it is now more than 75. So this is again a lot of new fish as per priority is being taken up for the breeding and seed production technology, so that we have a variety of fish which can be developed and bred in the country. Fish genetic research, of course, we have been doing this. Again, this is a very recent thing because fisheries sector, the development of fish genetic research is very new. And after the development of organization of the National Bureau of Fish Genetic Research and other organizations in ICR have developed and improved rohu. There's no Jayanti rohu. We have improved katla, improved freshwater prawn, and then of course characterization of fish genetic stocks of 28 Indian fish shellfish species in their wild populations. Fish health management, also a very important thing which has been taken up under the National Surveillance Program for Aquatic Animal Diseases, fully funded by the Government of India, which is now very successful, and it is being given extension, which is an important component for the culture and for the controlling or having the know of the diseases and to reduce the spread of the diseases. Of course, biotechnology research, decoded complete genome of 4 important fish and shellfishes, rohu, magur, hilsa, and Indian white shrimp. Craft and gear, sir, as I mentioned, we are now focusing on three things. One is energy saving, because energy is fuel consumption. It's very high. The cost of the fuel is very high. And that's why we have developed a new generation fuel-efficient multi-purpose fishing vessel, which has been recognized by Government of India, and this has been implemented under the Blue Revolution scheme. And all the states, in the maritime states in the country, have come forward. The number one state which came first was Tamil Nadu, and Central Institute of Fisheries Technology, Cochin, is providing these boats. Another thing is use of solar energy, like sun boat is being used in the brackish water as well as the backwater as reservoirs in the country. But then we have also developed several fish extruder devices, juvenile extruder devices to save the resources in the country. And this particular JFE SSD was again awarded by the WWF, got a world award for the design of concept for escapement of the juveniles. So in processing and value addition also, we have developed many products. One of the emphasis given is for increasing the export. So this is one thing. At present, export is going as chilled or frozen materials. But this value addition can increase the export as well as the domestic market and can bring in a lot of value and money to the country. Keeping this in mind, Central Institute of Fisheries Technology again has brought out several products, value-added products, ready to cook, ready to serve, different products which are now in the market, particularly in the supermarkets in the country. Of course, nutraceuticals, development of nutraceuticals is another achievement by the Institute just over the last 6-7 years. Mostly from seaweeds, Simafara CIFT has brought out several products for health, particularly when people are health conscious. I think this has caught up in the market. Many people have taken it up, commercialized this thing, and of course, we have an ICR publication also on this. Then there were other products, sir. Particularly, I would like to mention from the waste, fish wealth from waste. This is another thing which the institutes are focusing, because we have a lot of waste coming in when we process the fish. So different products for this thing. Similarly, different machineries, gadgets, and then apps and databases, because looking into the new technology. This particularly, sir, I would like to mention over the...
You're taking a lot of time, Dr. Praveen.
2 minutes, sir.
2 minutes over.
Okay, sir. And this is my last slide. This is my last slide, sir. So this one, I just wanted to mention that the apps and databases was of immense value, particularly during the COVID period. During these 2 years, when physical contacts could not happen and people could not come to the institutes or rather have direct contact, I felt that most of these apps were used widely, which has helped the farmers in the field. This is one achievement which I would just mention. And finally, sir, keeping in mind, this is my last slide, keeping in mind our future programs, few flagship programs have been taken up. Some are going and some are yet to be taken up. National Surveillance Program is continued, CRP Genome is continued. All India Network Project on Mariculture has been taken up and still being continued. The project on fish health, the Network Project on Breeding and Culture on ornamental fishes as designed by the Government of India. And then finally, antimicrobial resistance, AMR in aquaculture and fishes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for patient hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. See, some of these technology is fine, but their impacts probably, you didn't talk about much. So anyway, any other comment anybody would like to provide? We should not just routinely describe, and also other things which you are giving in our kind of reports. Bit of analysis is required. So anyway, so we'll move on to crop protection. Dr. Dubey, please. Yes. Dr. Dubey. Dr. Dubey. Biscuit khila do or
yeah. Now it is okay, sir. I was not allowed to unmute. Now it is okay, sir. Say, it is visible, sir. Sir, it is visible.
Yes, sir. It is visible play.
It's visible.
Okay.
Go to slideshow.
Most respected chairman of the today's program, Secretary Dare and DG ICR, DDGs, ADGs, director of the institutes, Dr. Pathak and others, those who are attending this program. Good morning to all of you. The chapter which is assigned to me is the achievement in crop protection. In this chapter, we have compiled the information on plant pathology, entomology, and weed science and nematology. In plant pathological group section wise, I would like to present, because the chapter has been made accordingly. The significant achievement has been made in the collection of the plant pathogens, that is enrichment of collection and conservation of plant pathogens and cultures and disease specimens. Different center has been created in India. It has been strengthened. The activities of the center has been given. Some of them have been recognized internationally for the collection and conservation of the specimens. Similarly, for the diagnostics, a lot of work has been done on the development of the different diagnostics based on the serological techniques, simplex and multiplex PCR. The most important examples have been cited in the chapters. Lateral flow assay has been developed. Even a microarray chip has been developed for simultaneous detection of the viruses and virions. All these has been mentioned in the chapters. Epidemiological aspects of the many diseases, lot of work has been done. Some of the important model has been described in the chapter. For example, rice, wheat rust, whatever has been done is given over there. Julsa blast has been, prediction model has been developed for the detection of Uttar Pradesh, in the area of Uttar Pradesh late blight, and gradually it has been improved to detect the pathogen, the blight incidence in the entire country. The Indo blight cost has been mentioned over there. Similarly, the others prediction model for the rice blast, grape downy mildew, kernel bunt, aphids and apple scab has been emphasized in the chapter. A lot of work has been done on the biological control and biopesticide and PGR, and the list of the biocontrolling agent which has been registered in the CIB has been mentioned in the literature. And recently, two book bulletin the ICR has in technology, biopesticide, biocontrol agent. The reference of these two books has been mentioned in the chapters. Basic work has also been done on the deciphering the molecular basis of pathogenicity and host pathogen interaction. Some of the examples like the bacterial pathogen and rice, and bacterial Xanthomonas axonopoli pathovar punica, and the has also another example has been also given over there. Genomic has also been initiated. And there are certain examples where the full genome sequence data is available for the Indian isolates of the pathogen is already given. In insect sections, mainly the countries facing the interception of the several exotic pests. The comprehensive list of exotic pests which has been introduced and identified very correctly in India has been given. Development of surveillance program is very one of the robust activities NCIPM is doing, that are based on the ICT based, and certain the pest crop surveillance advisory projects and the pest surveillance advisory project and horticultural crops which is going on as mentioned over there. Whatever the pest forewarning system has been developed for the different pests in different model, especially empirical model has been developed. This is also mentioned in the chapter. In management aspects, all the activities, major activities starting from host plant resistant to chemical pesticide application has been given, and ultimately the development of the integrated pest management module and their validation at farms level is also mentioned in the books. Chronological order, year-wise, what development has been taken place. Some of the important I would like to mention here, that just like destructive insect pest 1940s, then the concept of integrated control came in 1969, introduction of synthetic parathriads 1917, integrated pest management national policies 1985, Similarly, commercialization of Bolgar 2 in double gene technology for cotton transgenics 2006 for the managements. Different kind of the trap and apps have been developed that has also been mentioned. Introduction of pesticide bill 2020. So, this chronological order we have mentioned the milestone in the area. In the nematology also the chapter has been divided in different themes like the nematode management technology development and assessments, nematode management and biopesticide, because recently a lot of work has been done on the management using the biopesticide, especially into pathogenic nematode. Whatever the work at national level, important work and technology which are available for commercialization is also mentioned. Some of the technology has been commercialized. Basic research on nematology, RNA silencing base, and some other work has been done in the country has also mentioned over there. Eradication of there are very effective program where the year nowadays we don't have the very scanty problem of air cockle nematode is there. So this program has also been mentioned, and policy decisions, especially for the domestic quarantine, which restricted the movement of nematode, especially potato cyst nematode and others, has been also mentioned in this chapter. Weed research, very comprehensive information is given on the weed survey and ecological research. They have given the chronological order where the weed have intercepted in different part of the country. When herbicide came into the force into the India, they have also mentioned. Earlier, it was a very big list, comprehensive list, but due to shortage of the pages, this has been taken in paragraphs. A comprehensive paragraph has been given. Integrated weed management option for the major weeds, which is available, and the technology has been standardized in the Indian condition is also mentioned. And management of Felis minor resistance. This is very successful programs that has also been given depicted in this chapter. So, in nutshells, what we can say, this chapter has given the holistic picture of major research and development and useful technology in plant productions. Pest disease management option has been defined there. Bio and nanotechnology and ICT based predictions model and further development of the effective IPM technology and pertaining to and taking the account on the use of pesticide has been given there, and where we have to way forward that are also been mentioned in the last heading conclusion and way forward. Some of the examples, some of the points I would like to highlight over here. Priority registration and use of safer new generation pesticides. Conservation and enhancement of natural bioagents and pest suppression. This is a large scale production of biocontrol agents through entrepreneurships. This is because this is the very, very, very essentially required urgent need under the natural farming, which is the mandate of the government of India. And nanotechnology, application of nanotechnology, carrier molecule, double stranded RNA based bioclay is now being used in the other part of the world. This technology can also be exploited in our country. Biomolecule nanomaterial complexes, certain is there. Reorientation of functioning of plant production stakeholders, especially effective coordination and collaborations. Now we are working on this, but this is also has to be focused much more. Private and public partnership mode is there. Quarantine has a pre-import and post-entry quarantine requirement is very important, because nowadays a lot of horticulture material and seed material government of India want to import from the other part of the world. Preparedness of exotic pest. When the pest has been introduced, then we are starting working on this and giving the solution for that. So this preparedness of this has also been emphasized in the chapter. That means the field survey aided by geo-reference based mobile survey based artificial intelligence diagnostics and data analyticals has to be emphasized in this chapter. Then we have because the mandate of we have a lot of technology, biopesticide and biocontrol agents, how this technology has to go to the farmer's field, entrepreneurship mode. So for the youth employment and women employment for rural businesses, also the work has to be done. Faster registration of biocontrol agents, although we are working on this for the design, the revising the guidelines and all this, but this has to be done in the, so in this way, some of the significant achievement, as well as whatever we have to do for the further make them the plant productions more effective to save the losses caused by pests and diseases has been mentioned in this chapter. Thank you very much. This in the short is this is only we have given.
Okay, so thank you very much. You didn't bring out specifics, but you gave overall outlines, whatever is included. So anyway, I hope all the things are there already. So anybody would like to say anything on this? चलिए नारेम बताइए.
Thank you very much, sir. My slides are visible, sir?
Yeah. Go to slideshow mode.
Yeah, it is already there.
No.
No, not.
No.
आया नहीं अभी.
वो साइड में आ रहे हैं. फिर चेंज नहीं होंगे.
इसको सर एक बार बंद करके दोबारा करिए आप.
अच्छा.
नो अगेन ट्राई.
अभी कैसे दिख रहा है?
नहीं, स्टिल सेम.
स्लाइड्स. अच्छा, पहले स्लाइड शो मोड जाके उसके बाद शेयर करिए.
उसके बाद कैसे हो सकता है?
हो जाएगा.
नहीं, ठीक है सर, अभी स्लाइड शो मोड में करिए सर, नीचे क्लिक करिए, हो जाएगा सर.
क्लिक कर दे.
नीचे किया है मैंने यार.
तो फिर से शेयर करिए सर, फिर से शेयर करिए, कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं.
पता नहीं क्या हो जाता है इसमें.
ओपन करके शेयर करिए सर.
ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗರ್ನೀಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ RSC ಹಾಕಿ ಅಂತ ತಾವೇ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದೆಮ್ ಟು ದೇರ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ RSC ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು.
सभी लोगों को नमस्कार.
3 ತಿಂಗಳು.
This presentation I'm making on behalf of the NRM division. My colleagues, Dr. Bhaskar, Dr. Adul, Dr. Bhatt, they prepared this presentation and the whole chapter. Most respected Secretary DARE and DG ICR और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी विद्वजन. It's my pleasure that I'm making presentation here today. In the morning, when Dr. Himanshu Pathak has made a presentation, that time he has mentioned, ये change हुआ ना slide?
नहीं हो रहा है. आप एक करके करिए, क्लिक करिए.
In the morning, Dr. Himanshu Pathak made a mention that in pre-Vedic era, Vedic era, and pre-independence era, the NRM remained a major concern in agricultural sector, and whether it was the तुलसीदास का जो वचन है, जल पाव गगन समीरा पंचतत्व, जहां भी था, all the elements of NRM, they were very close to the heart of human being, and they have paved the new ways in agricultural sector. After independence, particularly when the Green Revolution started, and the high yielding varieties, followed by fertilizer use, followed by a very intensive management practices, then indiscriminate exploitation of natural resources started. Although all 5 elements were there, but their balance was disturbed. That was a major concern. The intensive agriculture practices, climate change since 1980, we are talking this subject. 1990, it was further intensive studies carried out. Then land degradation was a major concern and major cause of concern, because earlier days the 140 million hectare was not there. Even before that, land degradation started, and various commissions, Royal Commission and other commissions, several reports are there, and these were documented. The multi-nutrient deficiency was started, observed by scientists during 70s and 80s, and Dr. Katiyal and others, they worked very hard on this, and the micronutrient deficiency also came forward. Then overexploitation of groundwater that had clearly differentiated the country, eastern part and western part, where high groundwater potential is there, but less groundwater utilization is the eastern part. And in western part, where low groundwater potential is there, overexploitation is there. And this has created complete imbalance. The irrigated sectors, the establishment of and commissioning of dams and reservoirs, secondary salinization have taken place in arid and semi-arid parts of the country, and that remained a major concern during 80s, 90s, and even today that is a major concern because the drainage network is poor. And after that, the issue of Rabi fallow and its management surfaced as a major issue. And starting from 7 million hectare, now up to 12 million hectare area under Rabi fallow is now also a major concern. Then diversion of prime lands into non-agricultural land. Although all good quality agricultural lands are being diverted for several other purposes, we know that those are the major priorities of the country. But at the same time, 140 million hectare, we still say that it is 41 million hectare area. Although the restoration and the reclamation of land is simultaneously going on, probably because of that, it is very close to 140 million hectare. And then decline factor productivity. These are the major concerns. And as a milestone, if you see, the major milestone, the systematic research started 1965 onwards. And in 1967, the targeted yield concept for determining the fertilizer requirement came forward. I'm giving here only those milestones which have very certain impacts, and we have documented them in the books which we are targeting now on 16th July with the proper impact we have described. So targeted yield concept of soil fertility evaluation and such soil fertility evolution, and also then we came with the soil test based fertilizer prescription, soil test equation. This was the first systematic attempt because fertilizer use started just 62, 63, proper fertilizer use started. After that, right from the beginning, ICR was very, very clear in mind of the agriculture universities that time. They were very clear in mind. Overuse of these fertilizers may create some problem. From that point of view, the targeted yield concept, the soil test based use concept, and also balanced use concept came forward. In 70s, the first time the gypsum technology, after establishment of CSSRI Karnal, this was one of the very important technology which has reclaimed more than 2 million hectare land till now. So out of 7 million hectare of salt affected soils, 2 million hectare of sodic soils. If you see only sodic soils, so out of roughly 4 million hectare of sodic soils, roughly 2.5 or 2.1 million is reclaimed. Then came the soil aridity or arid land management, where sand dune stabilization was a major concern. So for that, full sand dune stabilization technology was developed and shelter belt technology was developed. And this has saved a huge area in deserts, and sand dunes are stabilized. Now you can see in along the Indira Gandhi Nahar Pariyojana and many parts of the western Rajasthan, this sand dune technology has established many sand dunes, and shelter belt has saved a huge land, very resourceful land there. And in 75 around, the irrigation schedule, because this simultaneously irrigation sector, irrigation scheme was also going on, AICRP was going on. So optimization of irrigation schedule with using the surface method. By that time, sprinkler, drip, or pressurized irrigations were not common. That time, the border, check basins, the ratio, cutoff ratios of the borders, everything was standardized for each type of soil. And this has laid a very strong foundation for scientific surface irrigation method. And that has further improved in the arid regions, particularly in parts of Maharashtra and Gujarat, where drip irrigation initially started, but subsequently again pressurized irrigation came forward. The neem urea that time, neem coated urea as a nitrification inhibitor, it was also came forward, and right there in 1975, we started our research. And by 80, things were standardized. And in early 90s, neem oil was standardized with saponin content, limbin content, and azadirachtin content standard, how much ppm is required to blend with the urea. Then in 83, because this water conservation, soil water conservation research was continued pre-independence era also. During British period, they have established good institutions for soil and water conservation in hilly areas particularly. And those were subsumed with the ICR center in Dehradun, which was started as a training center. And that training center has paved a path and developed first time the concept of watershed management came in India. Although ICRISAT was also established by that time, and ICRISAT also started working in this area. But these 47 model watersheds, they have made a huge impact. 67 million hectares of land with our technical backstopping was reclaimed with various watershed technology. And prominent amongst them was the development of National Watershed Development Program by the Ministry of Rural Development at that time. After establishment of that ministry, the first initiative they have taken as a starting of National Watershed Development Program. And it has laid a path to National Watershed Development Program for rainfed area, NWDP Arid. Subsequently, the Haryali guidelines came, then watershed evaluation guideline came. All this came with the support from ICR and university system. And now all these things were subsumed with the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. So this was the impact of the institute at Dehradun and its regional station. Also, it has trained more than 1 lakh scientific, the line department people in soil conservation in different states, all across the states. All the states, there is no state which was not trained by our Dehradun Institute and its regional stations. So more than 1 lakh people were trained by this institute on different aspects of watershed management, on estimation of soil erosion. And at that time, our institute at ICR Research Complex for Northeast Chile region in Shillong was established. And in that institute also, Zoom Hello was taken as the first priority, Zoom development and management of Zoom areas that has taken place. Subsequently, this technology was further spread in different states in Northeast region. And then the scope of work was changed and the mandate was further expanded there. Subsurface drainage technology, yet another important technology in western part of India, northwestern part of India, that has reclaimed roughly 1 lakh hectare area. And this was very costly, but one-time technology. And this also made wonderful impacts on ground. Improved Doro system for subsurface water harvesting in coastal area. And it's very common, particularly in the eastern coast area. This is very, very common technology in Andhra, Odisha, parts of Sundarbans, and parts of Andhra Pradesh. So this technology came in 1988, and using this technology, roughly 4 million hectare area was brought under irrigation in coastal belt. Bringing area under irrigation in coastal belt is very difficult. And in coastal areas, using this technology, some freshwater fish was also, this water was used for freshwater fisheries also. Agroforestry was by that time considered as one of the important aspects, and it has emerged as one of the important natural resource management intervention. And ICR established its Agroforestry Institute and spread the network in terms of AICRP centers, the satellite centers, and also some voluntary center. And agroforestry research in this country has strengthened its root, and then now in PPP mode, private partnership mode, and also with industry shoulder to shoulder, developed some agroforestry plans, identified agroforestry species, and came up with agroforestry models. Those are used across the country very effectively, and farmers are earning a lot of benefit out of that. Agroecological region map for India, 1990. Dr. Pathak has shown one map which was prepared in 1800, around 1880. After that, there were not systematic efforts, but by that time, internationally, techniques were there and techniques were changed. And then the National Bureau of Soil Survey was established, and National Bureau of Soil Survey came up with various maps that I will show later. But agroecological reasons, because we calculated the actual evapotranspiration, the potential evapotranspiration. Based on that, the length of growing period was standardized.
थोड़ा brief करिए डॉक्टर साहब, आपका टाइम तो खत्म हो गया, आप brief
करिए सर, briefly बस milestone ही दिखाऊंगा और कुछ नहीं दिखाऊंगा. Then we further divided into sub-regions. The groundwater quality map and irrigation water quality guidelines, these are unique one, and it has BIS standard. And this IWQ, what I have written, Irrigation Water Quality Guideline, this is unique because worldwide this kind of guidelines not existing anywhere. These guidelines that takes into consideration all ecological parameters and provide whether this water is suitable for irrigation or not. Then degradation maps come and other maps came. I will not go into that. Then further, very important, 2011 NICRA was launched. This was another facelift to ICR's phase in NRM. Before that, UNFCCC and UNFCCC also we have discussed many things, and so many water management technology came, info crop simulation model from IRI. This came afterward, but NICRA was one important milestone that has changed our understanding in climate change research and developed capacities not only of the farmers, but also the researchers, students, farming community, institutions and all. And this we have spread in terms of climate smart villages all across the country. And then several other maps also we came forward. And then we started working on different aspects, and the global SOC map also we prepared. And in soil health management, the Mrida Parikshak and STFR meter from IRI, they came forward. And then agro advisory services we started from our agromet centers, and we are spreading it to farmers. And recently in 2020 and 22, we initiated research on natural farming as well, because we want to conduct research in this area to understand what are the realities inside and also its impact, real impact on the ground. Here, I will not take much time. This we have discussed in one or the other way. Soil health management, first soil testing laboratory was established. It was a mobile van rather. When worldwide such vans were not there, ICR had first van in 1950 at IRI. And also we established in 55-56 one soil testing laboratory in IRI. Then so many developments came forward, INM technologies and E-Atlas and several other machines and fertilizer prescription models. These things are very well known. CSSRI, one of the very important and impactful institute, which has made worldwide impact in salinity and sodicity area. Agriculture water management, not only the surface irrigation, in drip, sprinkler, micro sprinkler, subsurface sprinkler, subsurface drip, in all this area and beyond that, the drip fertigation area, it has made very wide impact. And very recently, when there is increase of 5 million hectare area in irrigated sector, roughly 3 million hectare area is under drip fertigation, which has complete backstopping from ICR and SAU systems. Some of the very impactful technologies in the eastern part of the country, Tankum well system, it has really changed the landscape in many parts. And the Doru technology and groundwater quality map and production system, also integrated farming system, organic farming, these became very important backbones of agricultural research in ICR with the establishment of IFSR, and also some of the weed management packages. Besides this, we are working in different ecosystems, challenged ecosystem, particularly the arid ecosystem, coastal ecosystem, and hilly ecosystem. In all these three ecosystems, the NRM technologies, water harvesting, energy management, the harvesting of solar and wind energy, this has paved a path of futuristic agricultural research in NRM sector. The coastal ecosystem, vulnerable ecosystem, here also high quality work is done in ICR complex or multidisciplinary mode. And climate resilient agriculture, more recently, we all know that we have a divided country and vulnerability maps are prepared, vulnerability atlas are there, and from this district agriculture contingency plans also came forward. And also we are present in each district, with KVKs we are working hand in hand, and in 151 districts we are demonstrating our technology through the technological demonstration component of NICRA. What we want to go beyond, because this is Amrit Mahotsav, from Amrit Mahotsav up to 100 years, where we will go, how we will go this way. Our path would be development of sensor-based precision soil and water management system. The sensor-based technology and precise precision technology will be helping us. Fertilizer, water efficient, climate smart agriculture for reduction in fertilizer and water consumption. Also, through precision agriculture, we shall try to reduce the chemical, water, and energy footprint, and also find out the synergistic developments in this area and a synergy amongst of these resources. A development of efficient fertilizer formulation would be yet another priority for ICR in coming days, where nanofertilizer, biofertilizers, and liquid fertilizer, and also customized fertilizers will be the formulations of future that will help in reducing the chemical footprint. Development and operational low-cost weeding tools, particularly sensor-based tools and drone-based spraying system that will be part of effective weed control in India. Not only field weeds, but also aquatic weeds. The climate impact and vulnerability assessment from district to block level. Presently, we are working at district level. From district level, we want to go up to block level. The task is very difficult, I know, but with the support from various organizations, and if the whole ICR system works together, then certainly we can reach up to the block level. Once we reach up to the block level, probably the visibility of ICR will enhance tremendously, and also ICR will be able to understand the ground problems in much better way. Enhancing system productivity by integrated farming system, organic farming, natural farming now, and providing the rural entrepreneurship and providing better capacity building, making better capacity building at rural level. This would be another priority. Then assessment of improvement in ecosystem services in different production system. Assessment, already we have made a headway, but further improvement, what are the possibilities of further improvement, and linking it with the carbon trading and all, that would be the futuristic priority. And coming with the futuristic crop planning for enhancing and finding out the export potential of crops and commodities, and providing and mapping them and providing the policy support to the government would be other priorities in NRM in days to come, up to when we reach the 100 years of this country. So thank you very much for the patient hearing. And this chapter covers a very intensive and comprehensive information. I have given only the outline, very brief outline I have presented. It's very difficult to cover whole NRM sector in 6, 7, or 8 minutes. So I'm sorry that I have taken much time. So thank you very much, sir, for this approach. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. You have taken 20 minutes, Dr. Saab. No, not 7, 8 minutes. So anyway, no, that's fine. So hopefully we'll be able to complete in time. So now agriculture mechanization. Anyway, there will be comments and we'll listen to you maybe after presentation.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Most respected DG sir, all DDGs and our colleagues in the council as well as institutes. Our chapter is agricultural mechanization in independent India. Our contents are almost same. A scenario change what has been occurred from 50 million tons in 1951 to our food grain production has increased to around 316 million tons in 2022. Simultaneously, small and marginal farmers increased from 73% to 85%. Threshing of major crops is completely mechanized. Overall mechanization of primary processing of food grains is 60%, 68%. Technological interventions and infrastructure development have reduced post-harvest losses by 2%. That gives saving of around 65 million tons of food every year. Our focus has been there on crop residues and its byproducts, including bioactive extraction of bioactive compounds and energy generation. We have been developing new technologies like drones, GPS guidance, robotics, sensors, and telematics, clean and green energy, sensor-based harvesting, storage, smart packaging, non-destructive evaluation, food safety, quality. And we have been working towards retention of youth in agriculture by improving comforts in mechanization, enhancing their incomes and mechanization, and towards smart mechanization. Advanced mechanization systems we have been working. Then percentage of agricultural workers to total workers has declined from 59% in 1991 to 39% in 2021. It is still decreasing. Farm power availability from all sources
which was around 0.3 kilowatt per hectare in 1960. It increased to around 2.54 kilowatt per hectare in 1920. Overall farm mechanization level is around 48%, which is way less than other developed countries. Overall mechanization in wheat is 69%, rice 50%, maize 45%, pulses 41%, oilseeds 38%, cotton 35%, millets and sugarcane 33%. And in this plan, we are working towards achieving target of 55%. At present, there are more than 8 million tractors in the fields today, and our tractor production is largest in the world. And every year, around 0.6 million tractors are sold in the country and exported. Farm power density, we mentioned already. Economic impact is around for some of the equipment is around 7,000 crores annually. This is the technological milestones for farm mechanization. In 1957, crop threshers were introduced. 1970, combine harvesters were introduced, which revolutionized the harvesting operation. Then in 91, zero-till drill was introduced. 2005, laser-guided land leveler was introduced. 2010, direct seeded rice drill was introduced. And then modified happy seeder was introduced in 2017. Then for irrigation, soil and water engineering, India uses over 80% of its fresh water for agriculture. Surface irrigation efficiency is 40%, whereas for micro irrigation, it is up to 90%. This is the technological milestone for this thing. First multi-purpose river valley project, that is Damodar Valley Corporation, was introduced in 1948 in Jharkhand. Then first masonry dam in independent India, that is Nagarjun Sagar Dam, was established in Telangana in 1967. 1977, introduction of low density polyethylene plastic in irrigation system. 85, centrally sponsored scheme on use of plastics in agriculture. 2010, National Mission on Micro Irrigation, and 2015, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana was introduced. Regarding post-harvest processing and value addition, first for food crops. At present, there are around 53,000. There were 53,000 grain mills in 1970, which have increased by 5-fold in 2000. Roller floor mills were introduced in 1960, and their number reached to 200 by 1970, and it is 35 times by 2050. 2000, sorry. Then for food crops, grain, pulses, and oilseeds, hullers, shellers, their number were 2000 in 1970, which is now 0.1 million in 2000. Modern rice mills, they were 30,000 in 2000, and which is the number is around 1.3 lakhs in 2016. 2019, we introduced mobile mini rice mills. Emery roller mill based machines were introduced for both rice polishing and dal milling. In 2018, 15,000 oil mills were there, 600 solvent extraction plants, and 465 vegetable oil refineries. Regarding horticulture crops also, this post-harvest, this process traditionally at commercial level, except for drying, pickle making, and some ready-to-eat products. Post-harvest losses ranged from 6 to 18% in 2006. Again, reduced 4 to 16% in 2014. For cotton, it provides 59% raw material to the Indian textile industry and contributes 29% to total textile exports, contributes around 5% to value to agricultural output, and textile industry contributes about 4% to GDP. Raw cotton is exported by about 50 to 70 lakh bales. And India is largest producer of cotton and third largest cotton exporter in the world. These are the technological milestones. In 1956, first lab model ginning machine was introduced. Then commercial ginning machine manufacturing started in 1961. First high volume tester in 87. Indigenous cotton pre-cleaner in 1996. First nanocellulose pilot plant of Asia at Sirkar, Mumbai in 2014. Cotton-based active wear in 2016. And now in 2019, cotton crop residue-based crematorium, which is being popularized now. For jute and other natural fibers, field preparation, seeding operations are almost fully mechanized. Mechanization level in harvesting is almost nil, while primary processing levels is more than 90%. Numerous value-added products of natural fibers have gained momentum in both national and export market. Technological milestones here. In 1950-62, first fiber bundle testing strength tester was introduced. Then 68 portable airflow jute fiber fitness. Similarly, in 2021, in NINFET Sati, technology for accelerated jute and MESTA rating has been developed. So many milestones has been there in the different years. Regarding natural resins and gums, India is among leading producers of natural resins and gums, and estimated output is 2.8 lakh tons. India is largest producer of lac, guar, and karaya gums. Then production, These are the technological milestones here. In 92, new color variant of lac insect cream was introduced. 98, rearing of lac insects away from plant hosts. Then 2000, yellow trivolt line lac insect small lac processing unit was established in 2002. National lac insect germplasm center established in 2007. Late Kusmi lac cultivation on bear started in 2008. 2010, small scale integrated lac processing machine. 2015, process for device decolorized lac, which has been exported to different countries. 2019, process for cold water soluble tamarind seed gum, and now in 2021, jute lac based biocomposites have been developed. Post-harvest processing and value addition milestones. First warehouse for bag storage rubber roll-based rice mills in 1950s. 1960s, metallic storage bin, mechanical winnower, solvent extraction of edible oil. 70s, solvent extraction, food extraction. 75, first hot air dehydrator for resins apricot. Then electrical moisture meters. So similarly, in 2012, a commercial unit of Makhana popping, and now in 2020, introduction of Kisan Rail, dedicated train for perishables have been introduced. These are the institutional milestones, sir. In 1924, a technological laboratory of Indian Central Cotton Committee established in Mumbai. 1942, first agricultural engineering college established in Allahabad. 1952, agricultural and food engineering department established at IIT Kharagpur. First agricultural university with engineering faculty established in 62 at GB Pant University, Pannagar. Our different AICRPs and institutes were established later on. Then impact of developed technologies. Sir, only for 5 technologies, the impact is around 7,000 crores per annum. Then adoption of developed implements, equipment and technology. These have been, adoption has been quite good. Protected cover cultivation also. In 85, first polyhouse was designed and set up at Leh. And now in its plant, total area was around 3,000 hectares. In 2018, 2.5 lakh hectare was under protected cultivation. way forward, sir. Finally, we are looking to work on sensors, robotics, and drone-led automation and mechanization, fruit maturity and testing, automation in quality detection, fruit sorter and grader, X-ray-based fruit scanning device, acoustic detection of insects, sensor-assisted fumigation chamber, RFID-based quality tracing system for environmental monitoring and supply chain management of agri-food products, sensor-assisted vacuum hermetic fumigation for stored grains, sensor-based rapid food quality and safety detection. These are our goals. Thank you very much, sir, for patient listening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so I don't know, anybody would like to say anything at this point? Anyway, Dr. Agrawal is quite... Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Agrawal. Education. नहीं चलिए लास्ट को सुने आधा घंटा रखेंगे.
दिखता नहीं सर इसमें स्लाइड्स.
आप यहाँ जो है ऑफ करिए, यहाँ बोलिए. दो खुलेगा तो मुश्किल होगा.
So, thank you very much, sir. I'm going to present what has been done in this chapter, covering different aspects from post-independence. We have covered certain aspects from the Krishi Parasar, which all of you know, that how these 243 verses were there in this agriculture during the Krishi Parasar. So all those things we have covered, and we have just moved from that time to the present time of modern technologies. Now, as we know that this agricultural higher education is required, and it is very much essential for building human capital and trained manpower for foresighting of the emerging problems and providing matching costs in making the effective solutions for the agriculture. We have covered for the post-independence from 1948 till date all the important events, that how the first University Education Commission came into India, which made the key recommendations. Then how this joint Indo-American team proposed for the land grant pattern establishment of the universities, and then subsequently how the first university was established, and other universities, they were established based on the different recommendations, different committees, and then the different milestones of education, like the first Dean's Committee, the first Model Act, then how this JRF was initiated, then how this accreditation started, and international scholarships, combined examination, and the BSMA group, student ready program. So all those things we have just listed up to 2021. What has happened, the main milestones under this agriculture education. And you can see that how from the first establishment, first university establishment, from the then Prime Minister Pandit Nehru till date when Honorable President has addressed the convocation. So this complete transition we have covered in this. And also how in the recent 20 years, the number of universities have increased with the exponential growth you can see. So up to 2001, it was just 44, but now it is 74 agriculture universities owned by the government. Then we can see this 74 universities, you can see how they are now covering different domains. So that you can see that this 74 universities, they constitute different parts like fisheries, deemed universities, horticulture universities, veterinary universities. Earlier they were all combined, but now they are domain specific. And how so many doctoral programs and PG programs they are running. So those points we have covered. Then the breakup of agriculture education division into 3 sections, and what are the different activities of those different sections, like education planning, human resource development, education quality assurance, and a lot of activities we have now started through these 3 sections. And if you see that how our present day experiential learning units are managed, we have around 900 experiential learning units, and they cover almost every aspect of agriculture, where we provide all the state-of-art technologies to the students. And a lot of success stories are there. You can see some of those like milk processing, like tea, all kind of tea. Students are learning all kind of other things. And all this we have now tried to have through 100% digitization in our efforts for this agriculture education, whether it's academic management system, accreditation, e-learning portal, everything you can see is now, even the platform, we have the Krishi Make portal now for this. And not only this, many other activities also. Now, in the latest software, we are going to have the version 2 of Student Ready portal, where we are even trying to have the geo-reference to the site where the students are visiting. So that also now we are trying to have. Similarly, there are many other Kisan portals which we are now trying to have. And not only this, if you see the latest innovations, the new courses, around 80 courses which we have introduced. We have the industry-oriented courses, communication skills, and the entrepreneurial skills, and many more things, which are now in high demand by the students. And not only this, we also have many other activities like, because of Honorable Prime Minister has told that Swachhata Abhiyan, so Clean and Green Campus Awards we have initiated, which was given by Honorable Prime Minister. The first prize was given. Second, now very soon we are going to implement. And similarly, the Project National Level Hackathon, the another innovation which we started on the instructions from the PMO. So 2 hackathons we have already completed. And similarly, we can see the new course curriculum according to the NEP for the PG and PhD. And we can see, we have also analyzed that how much more students to increase this, to implement this NEP, we can incorporate, like 74,000 with the existing staff we can include. And similarly, we have done some other analysis based on the budget size, based on the landscape of the faculty staff, that how the seats are vacant, and if you fill up more seats, I think more number of students we can include here. And similarly, the faculty performance effectiveness also, we can see, we have analyzed based on this ranking data for the last 2 years. That also we shall try to incorporate in this. Now we can also see the student performance effectiveness for the top 10 AUs. We can just see that how this on-time graduation rate and on-time, the average time on graduation is there. So there is a significant increase now in this. We have a very good Krishi course, a very good portal where we have the complete thesis available online. And similarly, the other projects, other documents also are available for the benefit of the students. So this you can see that how we have more than 1.8 lakh thesis on this as on date. And now what we are trying to do is we are trying to analyze that what are the current employment opportunities and what can be the future and what is the human resource requirement. So that also now we are trying to assess and that study will be out, I think, in another 4 to 5 months. So that also we are trying to incorporate in this. And similarly, the resilient agriculture education system, that how we can be ready for any future pandemic or any natural disaster, so that our students do not suffer because of any lockdown in the future. Now, present day, if you see, sir, we have a lot of new learning mechanisms, especially you can see in the slide for the veterinary science. We have a lot of virtual dissection table, so we do not take the live animals. There are a lot of other AI/BI interventions in our universities. And similarly, sir, to further discuss all these things, we are going to have a international conference this year, where we will discuss the experience of 50 countries, what are their best learning mechanisms. For agriculture curriculum in school education, we are going to have a conference on 14th of this month, that how best we can take it to the school level. And I'm happy to share with you that based on our request, the UGC has already included the agriculture course curriculum in the traditional universities from this year. So again, we have analyzed on certain other parameters for this, how we can take it to primary level, secondary level, and higher secondary level. So what kind of different formats can be there to include this particular education in this. And similarly, sir, we are making another study that how best we can make the global universities and why the rankings are required and what kind of different formats, whether it's a Times ranking or whether it's a the other kind of ranking, QS ranking. So how best we can improve these situations in different universities for different kind of ranking. So all that analysis also we will be able to put up in next 4 to 5 months. And that also we'll just make. And this is the latest which we have taken, which we presented in the BC conference, that how the primary agricultural rural trained human resources through the student ready program can be there to train the youths in the villages who somehow could not pursue the higher education. And this is my last slide, sir. So we are trying to, in the way forward, we have already developed a document for the implementation of this national education policy. So our main objective is that how best we can go ahead with this implementation, and different dates we have given, and we are trying to have more revenue generation models. Already we have asked all the universities to share all those things. The incubation centers, already we have kept provision in the EFC, and like that, the agri-food, many things. I'm not going into details. Those things we are trying to this to take along with this new plans. And one important thing, sir, I want to just tell that the Agri Diksha portal, which was launched by Honorable Agriculture Minister, has present day around 3,000 lectures, online lectures, which we are recording from different universities and which we are making available to the students, so that no student is deprived of the best lectures not available in that university through this Agri Diksha portal. So ultimately, I can say that please be the change that you wish to see in the world. Let us be part of the change so that we can really prepare our human resource to meet the challenges for the future. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this time.
Oh, thank you. I don't know, you have a format to present, but there could be changes. But based on comments received, we will see. So we'll move on to next one. So agriculture extension.
Namaskar, sir.
Yeah, namaskar. So we have to see what are those, Dr. Agarwal, in between जो milestone होगा ना, उसको थोड़ा सा description में डालिए. Hopefully you must have done.
तो है सर.
ये तो अभी का recent चीजें ज़्यादा highlight किया आपने. But जो बीच वाला
से सारा milestone में whatever happened milestone, they are all described.
Screen sharing is not allowed.
करिए भाई, allow करिए screen sharing.
Anil Verma, please allow the screen sharing. यहाँ से नहीं, तो host कर सकते हो.
Error
Sir,
code
it is allowed because everybody is able to share. So एक के लिए बंद नहीं होगा या आप ट्राई करिए थोड़ा.
It's showing error code 105035.
तो एरर कोड है सर कुछ आपका
पता नहीं.
सर आप मेल कर दीजिए हमें जो है.
Okay.
मेरे को DDG EDN माल पे we can take next one.
चलिए इन्वेस्टमेंट बता दीजिए कोई बात.
Shall I proceed, sir?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. The chapter given for NCAP and NAM together was to look into how investment policies and the recent entrepreneurship ecosystem is help to transition agriculture. So comparing with the present day agriculture, if we see the past day, there has been a remarkable changes. After the Green Revolution helped to attain the cereal self-sufficiency, the profit gains were there for about 15 years till mid-80s. And once the economy was introduced to the LPG policies, the growth in agriculture started decelerating. And this was sustaining for about 15 years. And only since mid-2004 and 5, the growth started picking up well. And now the sustaining growth in future is going to be the major concern. And for the higher growth, what we achieved so far, the major push or the engine has been the diversification. In general, diversification, by means of diversification, we refer a shift from the crop-based production system to livestock and fisheries-based system. And within the crop-based system, we see a shift towards staples to cash crops and high-value veg fruits and vegetables. And one remarkable achievement or progress was that not just a number of states have benefited. Almost in every state, we can see they have diversified their production pattern throughout the way. In latest decade, we can see in the western region, the average income in agriculture has surpassed the northern region in terms of growth. And both in western and eastern region, the diversification has been the major source of income growth. And with certain indicators, we can able to show or establish Indian agriculture has been much closer toward the commercial agriculture. From the factor market side, we see the quantum of input used in agriculture, say the kind of seed used has been increased very much. And we can think this is a proxy for technology. We can also see the agriculture has turned more towards a capital intensive mode. And we can see the amount of electricity used in agriculture that has increased by more than 5 times so far. And the labor use has decreased, which refers mechanization has progressed well. Within the product market side, we see around 80% of the production what the farmer is producing, that is disposing to the market, and about 8% of the total output is exported. So this clearly shows that the subsistence-based agriculture system has entirely transformed, and the global connectivity is gradually developing. And for all these achievements, the government support has been very essential throughout the day. Like we saw in the post reforms period, the growth has been slow, essentially because the expenditure from the public side has been the growth has been very slow. Then once the investment started increasing and the market terms of trade started improving, the investment again increased, which has helped to increase the growth in agriculture. And the public expenditure forms just 20% of the total investment in agriculture. About 80 to 90% of the investment in agriculture comes from the farmers. And we see the farmers' investment has been gradually increased steeply till 90s. And the last 2 decades, we see a sort of stagnancy. But the takeaway is like when increasing the farmers' investment, the major source has been an expansion in the institutional credit support. We can see from the table that from the 1951 and 2019, we see the non-institutional credit sources has declined from 93% to 30%. And the dependence on money lenders has declined very well. At the same time, the commercial banks, which were lending credit for less than 1% of farmers in 1951, they have increased now up to 44%. So then the expansion in institutional finance has helped very much to increase in investment, which has helped to increase the growth. And within the institutional structure, what do we see is, say there has been some changes, like the cooperatives were the major source of financing in earlier days. And because of the decline in performance, their share has kept declining. But the business of the cooperatives has been taken away by the scheduled commercial banks and the RRBs. So overall, we see the priority sector lending-based intervention in terms of policy sphere and the interest subvention introduced since 2007 that have helped to increase credit in agriculture. The other major support in the agriculture, other than discussed, is a fertilizer subsidy, income transfer, and the loan waivers. Sometimes they have been discussed, like the kind of investment made is, we can see in some places, the expenditure on fertilizer is greater than the entire amount spent on public capital formation. And if we try to add the fertilizer subsidy and the transfer in the PM Kisan, sometimes it's almost double than that of investment made in agriculture. But one key takeaway is, like, whenever the subsidy has gone up, there has not been any decline in investment. That's one good progress has been made. So overall, when it comes to policies, the government support has evolved parallelly with terms of agricultural development. We can think of in initial period, the CACP, FCI, PDS, they have established along with the Green Revolution technology expansion. And the procurement, announcement of the MSP procurement mechanism, they have been the major driver of technology expansion during the initial phases. And when it comes to the investment or credit, the interest subvention, the priority sector lending based policies, they have determined the farmers' investment in agriculture. When it comes to the market and governance, there has been a lot of intervention, including the latest farm laws. They have been repealed, but the very essential idea of the promoting competitiveness within the farmers, that was the core idea, that has to be taken somehow in the coming days. The public-private collaborations we see within the agriculture sphere is the better example of improved governance. And even within the technology domain, we see a gradual increase in number of licenses, which shows the increasing commercialization of technology from the ICR. After PP, in the kind of number of varieties registered, we see in the last 10 years, we see of the total 4,700 plus varieties registered, farmers' varieties has contributed the most, followed by the private sector, including 1/5 of share of the ICAR. So when it comes to the business opportunity, earlier the public funded research institutions were dominating in terms of managing innovation. Then once the LPG policies were introduced, the private sector started dominating. And in recent decade, we see a new generation entrepreneurs have emerged. Or in other words, we call these startups. They essentially focus on bringing revolution in value chains, including the farm automation and storage infrastructure. There are so many applications of them, and they use relatively advanced technologies like AI and IoT. And on the other side, in the production or supply side, we see new institutional structures like FPCs are emerging. The advantage is, like, they have the characteristics of both cooperatives and the corporate principles. So their efficiency is slightly higher than the earlier structures. So within the, when we look into the startups, there are two major issues to focus. One is technology and finance. So technology backup, incubators, they have the technology backup. So whenever incubators can train the startups in terms of technology evaluation, so they can perform very well. As of now, we have 890 total incubators, of which 80 are agri-specific. ICR handles other 50 incubators. And there are other institutions like Nidhi Incubation Program of DST, or from the BAG grant scheme from the biotechnology segment, or the Atal Innovation from mission from the Niti Aayog. They extend the financial support for sustaining the business of the startups. So overall, based on the performance of what these startups are doing, we can try to classify into three structures. One, they are involved in doing business in the pre-production stage, like giving detailed soil health information, or in the production stage, like giving services related to the biotic and abiotic stress management. The post-production startups generally deal with market, including the other activities they perform, like pre and production activities also they perform. Mostly we know the big basket, CSR press to home country, they are within the agriculture for different commodities, the startups are doing very well. So when it comes to the FPOs and the production side, earlier the SFAC was the nodal agency for giving, imparting training or research, and later now NAFED and FCA has are taken over, and NABARD is giving extended finance. When coming to the government policies to support the FPOs, there are multiple methods where they are assisting. For instance, SFAC is giving grant, credit guarantee, and the venture capital. NABARD is extending finance. The government has recently announced the Agri Infrastructure Fund of 1 lakh crore for building on-farm infrastructure, and there are also initiatives to expand, create the 10,000 new FPOs. So individually within the startup ecosystem and within the FPC ecosystem, a lot of progress is going on. So the need of the hour is to creating a synergy between these two so that we can able to reduce the transaction cost, which in turn translate into higher profits for both the startup as well as the FPOs. So farmers can gain in both directly through these developments. So within this section, we have two success stories in the draft document. One at the left side is the Sahadri FPC operating from Maharashtra. They focus on fruits and vegetables. At the right side is the Sahaja Haram FPC, and they are dealing with the organic produce, including cereals, millets. Both are now federations. Now they are managing other FPCs within the region. One operates at the Maharashtra, at the right it operates at Andhra, Maharashtra, and Telangana. So the kind of farmers linkage what they are having is very big, and the kind of business they do is from B2B, D2C. Almost they have expanded business network. So to conclude the entire advancement, what do we see is the scientific advancement are really reshaping the Indian agriculture very rapidly. The cereal self-sufficiency, which has completed in the end of 80s, now this is gradually expanding to the other commodities. An entire farming system and the farmers, they are able to produce commodities that are in response to the demand at the market. So business ecosystem is gradually developing, and the supporting policies from the government and the private sector is also gradually evolving. But what is necessary is we have to sustain the growth momentum in the business ecosystem, production ecosystem, and the resource ecosystem. So for that, we need better upscaling of research expenses, and prioritization has to be done more. So private sector participation is emerging, and that has to be sustained and boosted. This is what we have in the book chapter, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Okay, any specific suggestion on this? Anyway, we'll discuss. So now agriculture extension, Dr. A.K. Singh, I think it's ready. We'll share.
Ready, sir, now.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, Honorable Chairperson and very distinguished participants, ADG and all those colleagues who are here. I will briefly go through the agricultural extension, and as in the beginning was mentioned by our Honorable DG that we are working in the integrated manner. Extension is the integral part of the whole research system, the frontline extension, what we have been calling it. Basically, in our country, it's a pluralistic extension in which private, public, NGO and all federations are working together. I have covered the whole presentation into three segments. One is the era of food deficiency and subsequent green revolution, when various programs were launched by ICR at different times. An era of food sufficiency, where also certain interventions were made prominently, the ATICS, IVLP, and also more than 50 zonal agriculture research stations were re-mandated to function as Krishi Vigyan Kendras. And then era of food surplus, in which we have made a lot of interventions, which has been basically the employment-oriented, value-addition-oriented, and concerning more coverage of farmers into our programs. Next. Now, sir, this is the timeline I have given, that how 1952, when community development program was there, and it was basically development departments launched it, and extension was looked into the integrated manner, not only the crop or animal husbandry, but all other aspects, including handicrafts and public health, primary education, everything was put together. And even today, many countries are still following this kind of extension in their country. 1964, we started national demonstration programs, and it supported hugely to the Green Revolution program, and credit also goes to the scientists who directly went to fields to demonstrate our technologies firsthand, and dwarf variety particularly. 1964-66 Education Commission came, and it recommended for certain vocational educational centers to be created in our country. And based on that, Mohan Singh Mehta committee recommended for Krishi Vigyan Kendras, and we had KVK in 1974. Then high-yielding varieties program was also launched, and a lot of extension activity happened into this one also. Later on, IRDP came, and it was basically for poverty alleviation for small and marginal farmers. driven by the development departments. Parallelly, we brought lab to land in which more than 50,000 farm families were taken and on different area-specific programs were launched for more employment income to the farmers. It was again scientist-driven, technology-driven. 1983-84, Cabinet made a decision to give KVKs to each district, and thereafter it has been given to all KVKs in different phases. 1995, sir, we had the IVLP program. I mentioned also in the previous slide. It was basically meant for farmers participatory research and developing location-specific technologies for different regions. Again, it was done by the scientists. Not the KVK and others were involved into it. Basically, the institute and university scientists came into for implementing this program. Then it came to ATIC, the another innovation in agricultural extension, what we have been talking about. And ATICs were created at the universities and also some of the ICR institutions to have a single window of concept that a farmer, when he is visiting, he need not to visit different places in the campuses, and all his requirements are fulfilled from one location. Next. Sir, this is the era of food surplus, when I will be talking a little bit newer interventions which we have been able to make. Next one. Sir, this is the growth of KVK system which has happened, and one thing which is very important to notice here, that we created a platform in which different players are there. NGOs are also there, state governments are there, public undertakings, agriculture university and ICR institutions. So a platform was created. Over time, there has been a shift in mandates of activities of KVK, but never the activities which were there, they were not left out, but additionally some more activities were added to the functioning of the KVK. Now there is emphasis that KVK should work as a single window knowledge, resource and capacity development center and provide all those knowledge and other information for the district. KVK have contributed very significantly in the policy revolution in our country, operated 97 seed hubs, produced so much of quantity of seeds, and large scale in 629 districts we worked, and in productivity gains almost 40% we could gain in the demonstrations over the farmers' practices. And that was one of the reasons when the production of the country raised from 17 million to almost 26 million ton now. Demonstration almost 3 lakhs were organized in farmers' fields by the KVKs. Similarly, sir, another program was launched, attracting and retaining youth in agriculture area. And we are able to create certain income generation to the youth who are getting attached. More than 7,200 units, enterprises have been established related to different entities, different components, and farmers are earning from different activities, enterprises, and youth basically who are lesser than 35 years. So these are another interventions which have been initiated. Farmer First program we initiated, and we created 48 clusters in 20 states. Again, it was done by the scientists of the ICR institutions and agriculture universities, not by the KVKs, and 50,000 farm families they are working. We have gone there and we have assessed the impact of the interventions made by the scientists, and we find that income growth is almost 1.5 to 2 times in those villages. Again, for tribal areas, knowledge system for homestead agriculture in tribal areas, we started in 125 districts. Basically, we are trying to benchmark the areas, the systems which are prevailing there, and kinds of genetic potential which are existing traditional knowledge, and all those being captured and being provided to the PPBFRA for further work in the research system. Similarly, sir, another program which we have started is the nutrient-sensitive agri resources and innovation. We call it NARI. We piloted in Madhya Pradesh, and 3 activities we are basically taking up: Nutri Gardens, Nutri Thali, and biofortification. Basically, the varieties which have been released by ICR. And this is one program which was first taken up by ICR on large scale. And thereafter, now many organizations are coming forward and trying to work on a nutritional aspect in agriculture. Next, please. So digital interventions have been done on a large scale by ICR involving KVK. We have got a KVK portal where all the data is captured from all the districts, the kinds of programs which are happening, and how the farmers can be oriented to those programs. The other intervention which is paying a lot of dividend is the M-Kisan portal, which we have been able to utilize the data which is there. 5 crore farmers are registered, and we are able to send messages. So coverage of ICR and reach of ICR has enlarged quite significantly, looking into the number of farmers. Kisan Sarthi has been launched recently, and again, we are trying to capture all the villages of the country, at least 10 to 15 farmers, to have a two-way response from the ICR, the scientists, and the KVK experts. Mobile app is another one which is there in the domain on which we are working. Large-scale adoption has happened on 2 areas. One is the raised bed planting of soybean, more than 3 million hectares in Madhya Pradesh. And the poultry breed, Kadaknath, which was initially taken up in Jhabua, now KVK have taken in 20 states. So that is another interventions, big interventions. For doubling farmers' income also, you have been mentioning, sir, many times, and with your initiatives only, 75,000 farmers' cases are getting registered, and we are trying to analyze statewide that how much income has enhanced over time. Villages were also identified, and continuously for 5 years, KVK are working on them. During COVID also, KVK made a lot of interventions in which state advisories were brought in the regional languages, more than 15 regional languages. And thereafter, every Kharif and Rabi, that is coming from ICR side, which was not happening earlier. Next. And another one which we have introduced as a new intervention in the entire research and extension system, landscape diagnostic surveys, and we have done with the support of CISA CIMIT, and we are able to generate a lot of information from the farmers' field, the feedback which we have been talking about. And what the key findings which are emerging, I will not go into that one, but certain alarming findings are coming up that what is the coverage of certain varieties which are even in 1984 developed, and still they are occupying more than 30% area across the eastern region. And so is the case of wheat in terms of, you can say, we have identified the late sowing, how it is affecting the yield performance of different. And also the states like Bihar and Eastern UP, though they are using NPK in quite balanced dosage, but the yield levels are almost half as compared to Punjab. So alarming findings are coming with this system, sir, and this information we are also sharing with the state government so that corrective measures they could take it up. Next. Sir, this is another initiative. Our Honorable Minister, the previous Honorable Minister said that the ICR scientists should have reached directly on a voluntary basis from their own side, they should go to the villages. And scientists of a group of 4 scientists, teams were created in each ICR institute. We have got number of teams now, and IRI itself, with their 121 teams, they are reaching to 605 villages, one institution. As of now, we have got more than 13,000 villages in which our scientists are going with the support, little bit support from the ICR institutions. We have seen certain impact also in those villages where our scientists are going in this MGMG program. Next one. So M-Kisan portal I have just discussed, that I will not go into, but another one, the convergence with the IMD we have done, and agromet advisory units we are establishing at the KVK, and that we are able to provide the exact information on the weather and other aspects so that the scientists at KVK, they are able to relate their advisories with the existing and the forecast which is coming from the IMD. Next. Next. So these are certain impacts which was reviewed by, which were made by IFRI in 2019. And what they have come up that with the investment of ₹1, return of almost 12 is coming from the KVK. So huge returns are coming from the KVK investment, and the kinds of surplus KVK are able to create, and the net benefit also they are able to create. It has been calculated by them, and also additional almost 5,700 they are creating income to the farmers through their interventions wherever they are working. Next. Sir, there are certain key messages, though we are a research organization, but we have been able to create a network for technology dissemination, which is basically technology-driven communication with the farmers. We have contributed significantly through our extension network for the food and nutrition security, and all the programs which are launched, whether they are research-oriented or even extension-oriented development departments, the KVK are contributing significantly. And the one thing being a public extension system, we are able to make more focus on the ecosystem approach to the remunerative and sustainable agriculture, which is not there with the private extension. What people have been claiming that we are working, but for a holistic extension network, a holistic extension approach that is coming through our own system. Climate resilience, it has been taken into big way. 121 districts we are working, and the messages are spreading to other districts also. Many state governments have come forward for the technologies which have been demonstrated by KVK in the selected villages. KVK have become a convergence platform. That is another achievement of the system, and all the departments, related departments, they are dependent on our own network which we have created for the scientific input, and also reaching to the farmers. I think that is the gateway now, having created an innovation platform where many things happens. Technology comes, but they need to be a little bit tweaked in terms of its acceptability in the farmer's condition. And that platform KVK are able to provide at the ground level. The community mobilization, awareness, and fast technology dissemination, and feedback to the research system. That is again a key to the whole efforts which are being put through this network of KVKs. And this is what I wanted to say, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raksha. So we'll move on to next one. So collaborations. We are 1 hour late, so
I will be very quick, sir.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon to everyone, respected Secretary DARE and DG ICR and distinguished participants. International national collaborations in agriculture research and development. The outline is given. It starts with summary and also conclusion, and way forward the concluding paragraph. While writing this chapter, we referred many publications and papers spread across India, and also some of the archives paper in the Rockefeller Foundation archive and also in the Ford Foundation archive. So a lot of effort has been made while writing this chapter. The international collaboration moved right from food scarcity conditions to the food sufficiency and now the food surplus status in Indian agriculture. From 47 to 49, it was dominated by the Ford Foundation and Rockefeller Foundation and also the USDA support. 60 to 70, I term it as Borlaug's era. There have been many significant structural reforms in Indian agriculture to accept the foreign material in research and also directly at the farmer fields. Initially, then 71, 90 was the Green Revolution period. Our focus was on wheat, rice, also livestock included, and ICR-CGIAR relations strengthened. 91-2000 was a consolidation period. It was a post-liberalization trade promotion era. Pulses, oilseeds were the focus, along with horticulture. ICR-CGIAR relations diversified. One of the significant activity was Indo-Israel collaboration for protected cultivation that has ushered into horticultural revolution, especially the protector cultivation and also the plastic use in agriculture. Then came the 2001 to 2000 decade. Many new programs initiated with the help of CG centers and also with the help of FAO and others. 2011 to 22 is a remarkable period in terms of ICR establishing its footprint in our neighborhood, and also there are many CGIR-led centers are the field establishments. They have been established in India. We have also entered many MOUs with private universities and also the National Agriculture Research System on the globe. And one of the significant things happened that the CG centers funding for the Window 3 program were based on the work plans. From 47 to 75, there have been many significant milestones, starting from Ford Foundation agreement with Government of India to Rockefeller Foundation's commitments. Then the USDA pledges for 50 million assistance to India, Indo-American team coming to India and studying, and then recommendations made for reorganization of the Indian universities. Again, the Ford Foundation writes a briefing paper for the Prime Minister, and the most significant was there was a book written by the American agri-scientist that the challenges in Indian agriculture, food crisis, and what are the steps that can be implemented to meet it. Even today, the 11 action points, majority of them is even relevant today, in spite of we having a long journey of 75 years. Some of the structural changes that have been recommended in that book are yet to be accomplished. There are few which have been accomplished partially, but still that book worth reading and worth emulating many of these recommendations. Then came the era of the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Dr. Norman E. Borlaug. He visited in 1959 India. Professor Swaminathan hosted him. Then the dwarf varieties of wheat introduced, Mexican seed introduced in India, and DARE was constituted in 1973. I have made some analysis how the wheat production and availability went up with the population relations, and it was the first resounding product or evidence, you can say, that international collaboration in Indian agriculture has paid during 1950-51 to 70-71, while India added some 18.4 crore people in their population pool. The availability growth of the wheat was surpassed wheat population growth. So that kind of analysis has been in on many occasions in the chapter for some of the key findings and key achievements that international collaboration has led in Indian agriculture. We have also, over a period of 71 to 22, there have been a lot of intensification of ICR-CGI collaboration. In 72, Indian government had an MOA with Ford Foundation, and then ICRISAT was established. We also signed MOU in 74 with CIMMYT, and in 76 with IRRI, and also with ICRISAT. 86 to 2000 was the period when bulk of the MOUs with the other CG centers were signed, including ICARDA, IFRI, World Fish, then Biodiversity International, IMMI, and CIET. So, lot of diversification in ICR, CGIR collaborations. In 2001 to 22, again, MOU with the Livestock Research Institute. 11 was the year when the visa established in Ludhiana, and also its two centers, one at Jabalpur and another is Samastipur. Then food legume research platform, ICARDA, that has come in Madhya Pradesh, and Arid South Asia Regional Center in Banarasi. So lot of institutional build-up came in 2001 to 22. 91 to 2000 was a post-liberalization era. In 91, ICR ICRISAT collaborative vision piece started. Then 96 was the year when Indo-Israel collaboration came, and then Advanced Center Protected Cultivation established in IRI. That was the beginning for the protected cultivation promotion and also the expansion. In 2011, BISA established for the system approach, strengthening and also innovations. 2014 to 17, there have been a lot of footprint of ICR in the neighboring countries, Akare in Myanmar, and ASCU in Afghanistan, and DU for agro-education in Nepal. 2016 is marked with the ICARDA establishing its research platform in Madhya Pradesh. 2017, in South Asia Regional Center on Seed Research and Training and Outreach in Eastern India. 21 is marked with the BRICS Agriculture Research Platform launched by the Honorable Agriculture Minister for innovations in agriculture research among BRICS countries. During the same period, the bilateral cooperations also extended, and to our best satisfaction is that it has been extended in almost all the continents, but the maximum being in Asia, Africa, and Europe. So that was also one of the significant movement in international collaborations. On domestic front, the first of its kind started with the ICRP on maize. That was the beginning with the ICR SAU's umbrella MOUs for AICRPs, and later in 1974 for the student of KBKs. 1919 onwards, there was a lot of ICR institute industry collaborations for the seed, contract research, and also commercialization of technologies of machineries and others. 2014 onwards, there have been some 22 umbrella MOUs with ICR and many of the government departments, including some of the NGOs and bank and cooperatives. So we have now the umbrella MOU with CSIR, ICMR, ICFRI, DBT, and IMD to strengthen the research. For the farmers outreach with NCDC, Patanjali Bio Research Institute, ICIC Foundation, and Indian Chamber of Food and Agriculture. We have also established MOUs with NABARD, NCDC, and Chhattisgarh Minor Forest Produce Cooperative Federation for the promotion of the minor forest produce. Then there is a lot of emphasis for the convergence, and for that, the Ministry of MOUs with Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Rural Development, MSME, and recently there have been a tripartite MOU with the CSIR, IUS, and ICR for research and outreach in medicinal and aromatic plants. So with this, sir, I would like to conclude, although there are a lot of detailing on the bilateral and also the ICR footprint in neighboring countries in the chapter, but due to paucity of time, I have limited my presentation to some 10 slides. So the first that the past has been very glorious in terms of the achievements, whether it is food security, income augmentation, or livelihood support to farmer or those who work in the as a worker or base earner. It has also broadened the scope and the space of agri-RD from nutrition point of view, also from the rust resistance point of view, many disease resistance point of view, and health revolutions and transformation. The context of the agriculture today is that the luxury of plenty of natural resources has dried up. There are a problem of plenty and they are getting frequent. There are also global ecosystem changing concerns and interest is somewhere that we have to look into, whether it is one CGI or regional trade imbalance and mergers. The recent merger of Bayer and Monsanto reflect that whoever the Indian seed growers concentrated in Andhra and part of Telangana, now they are getting affected. So we have to keep a tab on these such kind of merger which are happening globally, especially dominated by the Chinese counterparts. So what we must look for, we need to innovate in agriculture research, the agriculture knowledge management, human resource management and research governance. More need is to strengthen the global South participation in CGIAR and South-South cooperation. Collaboration should also be required for the transboundary diseases and biotic stress research, and also on sustainable and resilient agri-food system. On public-private partnership, there are many opportunities that are coming in the fore on digital agriculture, precision farming, climate change management, and secondary agriculture that we have to somehow capitalize, and emphasis must be laid on that. And finally, sir, we may think of establishing a oversighting mechanism for the global research partnership in their ICR, although the IR section was established with the same motive, we need to strengthen it. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. A number of points raised, so we'll discuss leadership, last one.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me share my PPT. Respected chair and all mentors and dear colleagues, happy to present and the leadership in agriculture research in independent India. And food is the most powerful weapon in the development politics. And food comes from agriculture and agriculture alone. With this, let me start with the science leadership has contributed immensely and played pivotal role in transformation of Indian agriculture from ship to mouth to self-sufficiency in the export. Revolutions created the much needed scientific base in ICR and NARIs by the way of strategic reforms in human resource development, like establishment of ASRB, ARS and NAM, etc. Now, Indian agriculture can efficiently, effectively deal with even unforeseen challenges like the COVID-19 pandemic, attributed to political will, science and technology, human resources, investments, infrastructure, and the resilient farming community. The organizational leadership played a catalytic role in this spectacular makeover. The science leadership resolved many potential areas of disconnect within the research for the last 75 years. First important one is that a spatial disconnect between the disciplines partitioning in the problem-solving research or a cultural social disconnect. Then time lag and between conducting research and actual utilization of research outputs, and disconnect between basic and applied research was resolved. And freedom of research to ensure minimum duplication and maximum synergy in a global environment was addressed. Sir, there are many milestones in the transformation journey of agriculture research management in India, starting from 1929, the establishment of Imperial Council of Agriculture Research, now ICR, then Pantnagar University establishment, then council's rules, appointment of scientists as a director general and vice president of the council, the Green Revolution era, then Sugarcane Breeding Institute has come to ICR, and many more milestones, even recently in restructuring ASRB and many other transformational changes have happened. I will indicate under the different era of agriculture research management, leadership role in driving the agriculture research system. For example, the BP Palsa, and where I will not read complete all the contributions. Of course, these were included in the chapters. I will highlight EQRIP systems and agriculture development strategy for self-sufficiency in stable foods, the Green Revolution initiated. Then Professor M.S. Swaminathan, then the Green Revolution impacts were seen during that period, and the creation of DARE and the first KVK, initiation of ARS, ASRB, and a lab to land program at NARPO. Then next leadership of is Dr. O.P. Gautam, in fact, strongly contributed Indian agriculture education system, instrumental in making the state agriculture universities as centers of excellence. Then Professor Randhawa, that NARP second phase was expanded to the State Agriculture University. Another important feature of Professor Randhawa is that rural work experience was included in education system. Practical orientation to education system was realized. Then we have special DZ, Dr. M.V. Rao, and subject matter divisions. Of course, he helped, and Yellow Revolution contribution is immense from Dr. M.V. Rao. Then Professor Chopra, right direction to overall ICR for developing, promoting horticulture technologies along with other expansion activities. Then Professor R.S. Paroda, and some of the important driving factors of Dr. Paroda is NATP, and also the world largest, most advanced national gene banks, and hosting now a lot of germplasm accessions, research infrastructure, and APARI and functional autonomy. For example, Joel Committee recommendations were implemented during his time. Then Dr. Punjab Singh, and strengthening of laws to protect the country's valuable bioresources from biopiracy and the transformation of innovative technologies on the farmers' fields. Then Dr. Mangal Rai era, that a National Science Fund was instituted and public-private partnerships were promoted. NATP was functioning, initiated. New institutes, of course, new institutes were established over the period of time. And another important feature is IP management guidelines were implemented. Then Dr. Ayyappan, and one of the important aspect was that climate change NICRA project was initiated, and Borlaug Institute and Agri Innovate and PSF guidelines were implemented. Then current Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, and the key driving force in that recent advances in science and technology, and like digital technology, smart technology, and CRISPR-Cas. And we have, so far, we have contributed to the various green revolutions, but we have now the pulse revolution. We have reached almost near self-sufficiency pulse, and that is very, very important aspect. And the contributions are right sizing of cadre strength, cadre review of ICAR, as well as EQRIP system. And one of the another important feature by Dr. Mahapatra is that he has emphasized taking forward the research policy and really seeing that impacts at the ground level. Then there are several institutes have been established during his time. The game-changing milestone since independence, the critical role of leadership is that enabling research partnership, consultancy, and resource mobilization, strengthening research spatial networks and outreach, strengthening of higher education, organizational reforms, strengthening research outputs and publications, patent and technology, institutionalizing think tank for independence policy advocacy, and institutional World Bank aided projects. Then coming to the organization reforms, in fact, the ARS was established, initiated and established in 1975 to generate scientific culture and opportunity for continuous professional growth, to promote individual and collective initiative from promoting the productivity of research and application of knowledge in matters relating all aspects of agriculture. Dr. R.S. Paroda in 2019 suggested reforms in ARS by merging the disciplines, creation of new disciplines, broad changes in the qualification. Then another important reform under, of course, added is the functional aspects of DARE, as we all know that the SMDs, and also that norm was renamed. Earlier it was establishment of Central Staff College for Agriculture. Now it is renamed into a norm. Sir, another important organization reform is that Agri-Innovate, a commercial wing of ICAR. Agri-Innovate India is a for-profit company owned by DARE, incorporated in the Companies Act in 1956. It is established in 19th October 2011, and to stimulate and fostering innovations in agriculture and building a world-class innovative public-private partnership. The Agriculture Scientist Recruitment Board, it established in 1973 based on the recommendations of Gajendra Gadkar Committee. That is an important reform. So overall leadership and development focus strategies could be the building leadership in agriculture research management. Consent and future strategy identified a leadership crisis at different levels, and the system need to address it seriously, or else the expected progress in agriculture will get adversely affected by, it was coined by Dr. Joshi in 2010. Sir, as per your guidance, of course, we are moving forward that what are the leadership qualities, and basically we see that these are the 6 leadership quality attributions which really contributed the overall development of Indian agriculture and research management. First of all, that readiness for the leadership role, and charisma and innovative ideas, and leadership effectiveness, assertiveness and impact orientation, and resilience to make the system towards any difficulties, and change and time management. These are the 6 important critical factors. Overall leadership has evolved and contributed to the system growth and current state. Another important development is that overall human resource development has taken to all the staff members of scientific, technical, admin, finance, including personal staff, skilled supporting staff, by the establishment of training board. And the way forward could be the important way forward things were suggested here. Leadership innovations contributed to enabling environment for science delivery, and also it contributed transformations of food efficient state into the food export state now. And a system of incentive based framework is required for further promotion of outputs and outcomes. Scientists have to play a major role in national agriculture R&D and implementation policy framework, and need to institutionalize dynamic human resource management strategy for effective utilization of critical scientific mass for targeted outcomes. Young scientist mentoring for higher research efficiency and science excellence is critically required. Then there are the critical challenges, the way forward challenges for Indian agriculture could be green revolution challenges, to make evergreen revolution or forever green revolution, food exports as per the government of policy, quality of produce, climate change, how to make the production efficiently, nutrition security and health, collaborations to, of course, we are as going on, SARC and South and other countries, networking, youth, gender, integrated research policy and impacts, sustainability and meeting the sustainable development goals. Thank you very much, sir.
So there's a lot more to do actually. So we'll discuss this. Chapter needs to be discussed. So anyway, now open for discussion. So we are 1 hour delayed. So we have all the learned experts who have actually reviewed these chapters, and I would request brief comments and then suggestions from them. So now,
open for that, and we can invite all the senior colleagues and Professor Arvind Singh and others. I'll not take names, but it's open for all of you, sir. Anyone who would like to speak first, doesn't matter. Maybe at the end I'll request the Professor Arvind Singh to summarize, but I would now request one by one. Maybe Dr. Katyal, I can start with you. Please unmute.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. I was muted by you. I was not muted by myself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's an excellent exercise. I would say that it was great to listen to very good presentations. This is the third attempt in ICR. One was 40 years of agriculture research, then 50 years of crop science research, and now this is the last one, third, under your leadership. And very nicely actually presented. I would say that people have done an excellent job, all the authors, and only here and there some loose ends may be there, but they can be corrected. But my specific comment is that this book is going to be more than one book. It's going to be around 300 pages. This is my guy. I don't know if Himanshu Pathak may correct me. And, but I would suggest that there should be a synthesis chapter, either in the beginning or at the end, most likely in the beginning, I would say, which should be 1/10 of the book. It should actually, synthesis is not only presenting the individual contributions of a subject matter, but also to link them with one another. How is the interdependence, interconnectivity done? And that would be my specific suggestion, Dr. Mahapatra, that if we can create a synthesis chapter, this is a big exercise, I can tell you that. The people who have read the whole thing, they can create that chapter. And this is one suggestion I would make, that if we can do it, because this is the one which is going to be read. I can tell you that also. Nobody's going to read the entire book. But if the synthesis chapter is there, connecting various chapters, for that you may have to do another exercise, that you have to put the chapters in proper perspective, so they can be synthesized. Like natural resources management comes at the beginning, and other things follows subsequently.
Okay.
Job well done, particularly Dr. Pathak, who has done in record time, and he has been very responsive in listening to the ideas and telling that this is to be done and this was done.
Individual solutions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahapatra.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Professor Mehta.
Good afternoon to everybody. I must congratulate DG Dr. Mahapatra for organizing this as a symposium. I have looked at 2 chapters of this book, and I must say that I have enjoyed and I have heard today's presentation. Excellent presentation by everybody. I think in my assessment, there could be impact part is much less covered. So I think in each chapter, we should include impact part. Say, for example, many of the youngsters don't know how green revolution came. And since we are talking about agriculture growth after independence, it would be a nice idea to include a small write-up either in the crop section or in education section or somewhere of highlighting the major policy decisions which Government of India took, bold decisions taken by Srimati Indira Gandhi. Like that, there would be different places something, but if we can include impact part in each of this chapter, because there is a tremendous impact, whether we talk about KVK, whether we talk about education, we talk about pro research, all, I think the future generation should know how has it impacted in terms of not only earning per exchange, not only reducing poverty, not only increasing income, but also a social change which has come across India because farmers have netted more income. So there is a tremendous social change also. So maybe somewhere we can articulate that, that would be very helpful. And I want to express gratitude again to you and to others.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Very good point. Dr. MP Yadav, sir, is still there with us. Dr. MP Yadav. Dr. Gurbachan Singh, sir. Dr. Gautam. Yeah, yes, sir, please. Professor Arvind Singh. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Mahapatra. I must congratulate you and your colleagues for a wonderful presentation, a series of wonderful presentations, an excellent job done. And I congratulate Dr. Himanshu Pathak also for the tremendous job that he is performing along with in the process of bringing this out. As a matter of fact, when I look at both sides of the pre-independence and post-independence developments, see what we gather from the pre-independence day, one or two, three things I thought I will mention, because very often that is forgotten. The very important fact that emerges there, which needs to be emphasized, that India has a very rich history of showing that agriculture is the basis of all cultures. And India is the world leader, has been the world leader in this process. And therefore that world leadership, again, probably we should be able to establish, which you are in process of bringing it back. And our Prime Minister is very keen to do this thing. So I think this is an important aspect. Two, that the knowledge base, which was created in the pre-independent era, we should be able to cull out the best of that base and see what was the scientific background behind those developments, so that we could be able to really use that more scientifically with advanced science in the post-independence era. So the continuity of the pre and post can be strengthened and synergy could be multiplied. This is about what I felt about the first 2 points, extremely important to undertake. The other point which I feel that when we come in the post-independence era, of course, we find the tremendous development of the green revolution, call it rainbow revolution, which means the crops, livestock, horticulture, fish, aquaculture, and so on and so forth. And these different commodities have shown the differential growth rates. And however, the crops right now, as we see here, lagging behind the livestock and horticulture, which is the most welcome way to see that how the overall income, as well as the diversification and integrated farming system, could be really be made a system approach, ecosystem approach, which I think is the new lesson that we should be able to highlight as we go along in the process of managing this. Also, we should be able to show that although India today is the second agrarian economy in the world as a whole, we are number one in production of several of the commodities and so on, economically also otherwise in trading and so on, including rice. Yet, India has the largest number of the hungry, undernourished children, as well as people numbering about 180 million people today. And if you look at 40% of the world's undernourished children, stunted children are our own children. On one side, this paradox should be brought out very clearly in our book, that on one side, India is something which has done extremely well in the overall production and so. So the message that it is not production. The message is it is production plus, and the entire ecosystem approach, that the agri-food ecosystem approach has to be applied, whichever commodity and whatever base we take. So that has to be highlighted in the book. Otherwise, this disparity and paradox will continue to exist. Therefore, I feel very strongly that that when we talk of the production, we better talk of the total factor productivity today, because the input cost and the output cost relationship will become very important. The United Nations World Agri-Food Summit, the 5 action points which were recommended by the World Agri-Food Summit should be adopted in the book. And the book should be able to show clearly how in 2011, the United Nations on Agri-Food System made the recommendations and India is going to follow that. This is important. Finally, I will say that we should be able to again emphasize that it is not the science per se in itself is so very important. It is so very important for all developments. We should be able to marry the science of discovery with the science of delivery. And this is what I have always been emphasizing. And Dr. A.K. Singh, the extension person who made the presentation and the connectivity of the two, this point has to be brought out very strongly. Because when we look at the intensity of allocation of resources, the intensity of investment in extension versus the intensity of allocation of resources in research is 1:3. If it is 3 times in research, it is 1 time in extension. So this disparity. So we are not actually synergizing the science of discovery with the science of delivery. And I think this entire system needs to be looked into once again. I would feel very strongly then that the points which were made by for the wholesome approach that we should be able to undertake, which will require the integrated diversification and intensification with the reducing genetic resources as well as the other resources, water, soil, and the ecological factors diminishing. So more from less for more. More from less for MLM should find a place in all the chapters, as a matter of fact, wherever we are talking about the enhanced efficiency and production. And in that process, in each chapter are
We're not able to hear you, sir. Hello.
स्टेबल हो गया ना?
Yeah, there is some problem.
बाकी सब लोग दिखाई दे रहा है.
So anybody else would like to say anything? We have lost Professor Arvind Singh's voice. I hope it will reappear with the improvement in connectivity.
Respected Chairman.
Yeah, बताइए चंद्रबाबू sir.
Sir, thank you, sir. At the outset, I want to appreciate the leadership and all the DDGs and ADGs for a very good presentation and compilation of the achievements made during the last 75 years, sir. Few points I would like to give just for consideration of the chairman. Both in field crops, especially in the horticulture crops, the list of major crops is not comprehensive, as rightly pointed out by DG regarding coconut. There is spices, pepper, cocoa, and also medicinal and aromatic plants. This may please be considered, sir. And in the NRM especially, Dr. Eshal Mehta and Dr. Katyal rightly, we need a very good chapter on the impact of our agriculture, R&D and extension on the economic and other benefits, especially the NRM. The DDG NRM started with the low or declining factor productivity. So after the 75 years of our intervention, we can actually prove how we have increased the land productivity, water productivity, and also nutrient productivity with some solid examples. And with regard to policy also, I would say, considering the climate change, what is our policy suggestions for the policy makers or the government of India to make our agriculture more, farmers more resilient? And in the collaboration and the expert presented an agri R&D collaboration, but what about academic collaboration in education? I think we have an important milestone. Dr. Eshal Mehta will be the experiential learning, University of Western Australia, and the recent this one collaborations with that may be also academic collaborations done by ICR may also be considered, sir, if it is accepted by the chairman. And one of the collaboration I would want to say, I think if I missed it, the Rockefeller Foundation's international program on rice biotechnology. That's where actually the ICR played a very vital role in increasing the capacity building for biotechnology research. That may please be considered, sir, if it is appropriate. And one of the major contribution for the present Honorable DG is in harmonizing the agriculture higher education with the new national education policy. I think the guidelines recently put forth by the council, I think really a wonderful work, sir. I think this may also be considered as one of our present DG's contributions under the leadership. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so now we have heard almost all of you, and I think others have either left us in between. So I don't know, anybody else is there to say? So if not, very briefly, because already 2:15, we are 45 minutes late. So certainly I would say that the points spoken by our guides and leaders, the synthesis chapter, Dr. Pathak, I think it is there. So we need to really look at it and then see how best we have been able to do the job, or how we need to improve upon that. So let's see. So that's a very good suggestion. And as Professor Mehta said that, and Dr. Chandrababu also supported this, that we should have a greater emphasis on impact, in every chapter. It's already there, but I believe, not adequately presented in these 10 minutes. So if anywhere it is less, we need to really take this into account and then add something more with regard to impacts with proper economic analysis. So if we can do that, that be very useful, whatever little possible, because time is not there to do elaborate changes, but minimum additions can be done with some analysis. So I'm sure that's a very good suggestion. And Professor R.B. Singh has given several suggestions, linking past with the present, rather pre-independence era to post-independence era. In our chapters, would be useful. What extent we can do at this stage. So I'm sure at least some aspects can be added to link these two, developments. Of course, hunger, malnutrition, the paradox with regard to the production. And why it is so, and particularly in the context of extension you was talking about, delivery and discovery, linkage, and resource allocation thereof. So in that, in the extension chapter, when we talk about, addressing hunger, malnutrition, our technology being delivered there. So let's see how best we can address these in each of the chapters and more in extension chapter. So that's a challenge, Dr. Pathak. So you can look at it, how best we can do that. Hunger, malnutrition still persist. And this is a big paradox, despite all our production increase and everything, milk, egg, horticulture, and everything we say we are in excess. And 106 to 400 something grams availability of milk, for instance. So despite all that, malnutrition is so all pervading. So this is a real issue, and anybody and everybody would question our achievement, but we are falling short in that particular section. And edible oil also, our crop group should address the issue of edible oil deficiency, so that nobody queries and questions and why it's left out. So we should have some coverage on that. So and then we lost Professor R.B. Singh's voice, but the action points with regard to agri-food system summit. So that those points, if we can mention somewhere maybe in the NRM chapter or whatever, that would be quite useful. So let's see if it is not covered. So you have to really mention. And other points, we will request him to provide, in writing so that we are able to address them briefly. Dr. Chandrababu's point on policy, in every chapter, certainly it would be described, and collaborations, coverage of crops, all crops are covered, properly. Important crops where we have milestones, and then, giving adequate emphasis to impact. So these are the points which are suggested, and certainly, we have, quite a number of things to do. What is the role of quarantine, for instance, in plant protection chapter? It should be very, very vividly brought out, the role of quarantine, for instance. And the role of startups, because startups were presented independent of what ICR has done. So FPOs and startups and our roles should be highlighted. So I believe in investment and policy. So let's see that ICR's role in building startups, in commercialization, and also in FPOs. We have a lot of things we have done, so that should be brought out clearly. Post-harvest, when Dr. K.K. Singh, you were describing engineering, agriculture, mechanization, your data at times, what was compared with the 2000 data. So if you can compare with more recent data for 2020 at least, that would be very, very informative and useful, instead of comparing 1996 with the 2000. So kindly look at it. Similarly, we should have, I believe there would be coverage on genomics, that we have done quite a bit of work in crop section. In horticulture section, there should be adequate coverage about our genomic success stories, that we have decoded genomes, transcriptomes, and then how that is being utilized. There are certain duplications across chapters. That, for instance, we say that creation of SRV are there. So multiple chapters mention and describe that. And similarly, various other aspects. So, Dr. Pathak, it would be our role, and how do we connect them, or we remove from one place and then put it only to others are deleted appropriately. And chapter connection is said, and in synthesis chapter we should be able to describe it. There are other points, so I'll not go into those at this point in time, and I'm sure we should be able to, improve this better, in a lesser time that we have, but we have at least 1 month now available with us. And Dr. Pathak, if you can say a few words before we close, that will be very useful. What all we can do, how much we can do. And, Dr. Pathak.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And nothing to add. Only one action point. By today evening, I shall send the updated chapters which are with me. And I shall request the lead authors to please work on the version which I am sending to you. Because after receiving from you, your editor might have done some kind of corrections and modifications. So if you work in your old version, then those will not be captured well. So the version which I am going to send to you by today evening, you please insert all the suggestions which have been given today by all our mentors and DG sir and all others. So please try to improve in the light of all the suggestions given. So this is the only point at this point of time. And Dr. Katyal's point that, sir, we already have a synthesis chapter, which, of course, I thought the DG sir will be making the first presentation on that, but he didn't do that today. But I think it is already comprehensive, I must say. And now I shall request Digi sir and also others if they can go through and update it. Today, again, I shall also work upon it. But the way Dr. Katyal suggested, I think that chapter already captures most of the things. And we have tried to connect all other chapters of the book in the very first one. So let's see how best we'll be able to improve that. So this is all from my side, but thank you very much. And also Dr. Agrawal and all others, Dr. Mishra sitting over there for making it possible. And today these action point was really required. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So no, what I say is that whatever these points which emerge today, if we can just jot down, recording is there, we can jot down.
I have already written those.
I can say there will be almost 10 points from the charts.
Sure.
All charting that our colleagues have done, there are also few points there.
Right.
So I would request Dr. Mishra, you and Dr. Agrawal, that suggestions, whatever is given, and the charting part, whatever our scientist colleagues have done. So major points, if we do together, and then provide to all authors, so they can also provide better insight on those points.
Right.
So with those, we should be able to get the modification within a week's time.
Yeah.
And also, if you provide today, maybe tomorrow, all these points are sent. And another week's 10 days time, if it is done. Yeah. So obviously, we'll have sufficient time to publish the book by end of June at least. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
So with this, I profusely thank all the our mentors, guides, Professor RB Singh, Professor Mehta, and also several others. In fact, I don't know. I mean, most people have left. But at least Dr. Katyal, Dr. Mehta, Professor RB Singh, and all the vice chancellors who are still there, Professor Chandrababu and others. So thanks to you profusely. Dr. Mishra, formal vote of thanks, only 2 lines.
Yes, sir. It's my pleasure, sir. Respected Secretary Dare and DGICR, distinguished participants, guide, alike of Dr. RB Singh, J.C. Katyal. Dr. P.L. Gautam has left, sir, but he was there in the morning. There have been many vice chancellors. I see Dr. Babu and also Dr. Sharma from Dr. Nirja. DDs, past and present, sir. Directors of ICR Institute, past and present. Many practitioners from KVKs and researchers. It's great pleasure, sir. It's great occasion to offer vote of thanks for this very noble cause of discussing 75 years of ICR's achievement. In particular, and agriculture R&D in general. For many of us, it's a lifetime activity. We will miss maybe another 25 years. So on this occasion, sir, my deepest and sincere gratitude and thanks to all of you, especially to Secretary, sir, and also to the authors, to the reviewers, who have done excellent work, and also all the presenters who have made today presentation. So from my side, on behalf of Indian Council of Agriculture Research and also from my own behalf, I thank you profusely for this very occasion and looking forward to your active contribution in days to come, so that this book may be a milestone in the history of Indian agriculture and also Indian Council of Agriculture Research. With these few words, sir, I once again thank you and also all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we are, So anyway, so thank you very much. So with all your inputs and suggestions in the chat box and all the important suggestions given, we will be certainly doing a better job than what we have done. So with these words, so the session ends. It was a very, very useful session. So in capsule format, we learned what all is included in this particular book. So all the achievements are very well captured. And certainly there will be room for improvement. Always something can be missing and all that. But most part is covered. So certainly it will be a good book for reference for the scholars, members, policymakers, and all that. So with this, thank you, and this session ends here. Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.